Here I am. Hello, hello, hello.
You guys are messy.
Oh, I'm the wrong way. Oh, I changed the channel, honey. Is it coming back?
Nope.
What channel does it belong on? 3?
I don't know.
When I changed the channel on accident. I'll be back here shortly, guys. I changed the channel on my monitor, and now I'm trying to find you again.
3 or 4.
Maybe if I turn it off and back on. Is it supposed to be set for TV?
Nope. Needs to be on HD1.
Aha! I see you again. There we go. Okay. Today is living proof that you got to be careful what you ask for because you just might get it. We are doing marathon crafting today because you asked for it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is like the one that the sequin fell off, or the rhinestone fell off of, but it's not the very same one. I have it in different colors, which is what happens when I send my daughter shopping for me. She says, huh?
Your pop cup is right in the video.
Purple and ready to go. Yes, Andrea, that is so true. Yes. Oh, it was Mary that said that. Yep, Mary, wearing my purple. Hello, everybody. I'm Mary Glasson, Alice, Andrea, Mary Robertson. Who didn't I say? Hello, Marilyn. Oh, can we feel the excitement in the room? Absolutely. I'll feel more excited once I figure out what I did with my card kit. Here it is. It's only an hour, but starting. Hello, Betty McSorley. Hello, hello, hello. We are ready to make lots of cards, aren't we? Let's get out our class kit. We'll get out our samples. We are ready to rock and roll, my friends. It's only an hour earlier, but somehow it seems oh so much earlier. Okay, let's see. My left is on my left. That's a good thing. Wedding rings on the right side, on the correct side. All right, I'm going to sort my cards a little bit between glittered and non-glittered. And I think we'll take on the glitter in a few minutes, but I'm ready to do a couple of just kind of let's get started cards. This is, we are so much glitter today. You gotta love it. All this glittering we're going to do. Okay. Let's pull out our card kits. Take a look at what's in there. Warm-up cards. You are right, my friend Alice. Warm-up cards. The answer to your question, Betty, is yes, I'll take care of that for you. Okay. Isn't that blue cardstock something? That's beautiful. Using up the last of it today. We got mounds of stickers. We've got mirror board and more mirror board. Okay, here we get into our images. We got lots and lots of images. And more images, and more images, and 24 images. Actually, just 16, but 16, yeah, we're going to do them today. You know how it came to be that we're doing 16 cards. I started working through this kit. I picked out a bunch of ones that I wanted to do. And then I thought, I'll just work these up and I'll pick out the best of them, and that's what we'll work with. I couldn't part with any of them. Thus, we have a class kit that makes 16 cards. I just couldn't part with any of them. There was some reason I wanted every one of them. Okay, envelopes I could move out of my way for now. We have this little strip here is not garbage, keep that. We use that at the bottom of one of our cards, and I set it up there so I don't confuse it with garbage. Our goodie bag, got all these cards. We got our ribbon. I just couldn't. There were just too many good things here. Too much good stuff. Sounds like the inventory of my craft room. Too much good stuff. I tell you guys that I was talking to Brittany one day. I said, if you run out of something to do, I'll have you go through and start layering some of my drawers in my craft room. That was me shaking the camera, sorry. You can go through and start layering some of the drawers because I have all these wonderful drawer units you see sometimes in the pictures. And they're all relatively new, and I've stuck stuff in them, but I haven't labeled all the drawers yet. So, hello, Brenda. So we are constantly digging for things in here, opening multiple drawers to find them. So I said, Brittany, you could go through and start labeling some of those. She said, you don't want me to do that. I said, why? And she says, okay, let's see. This is crap, and this is more crap, and this is double crap, and this is stuff you shouldn't have bought, and this is stuff that goes in the garbage. She said, you really want me to label the drawers? I said, no, I take it back. You're not allowed to label the drawers. Character. She is a character, I'm telling you. Okay, let's pick out this... Excuse me. The smoke's back a little bit, guys. Could you get my spare pop bottle over there, please? There is no crap. It's all just beautiful stuff waiting to be done. We're going to use the smallest of our toppers. We're going to use our gold glittery paper. We're going to use the A6 mirror board, the smaller sheet of mirror board. It's early for me. Got to get this caffeine going here. Okay. And that will give us my method to my madness here is that will give us the cardstock we need to back some of our butterflies. So that's why we're starting here. So we're going to do this. We're going to need one of our A6, standard A6. Oh. Yeah, we want a standard A6, which is flat in your kit. It's one of the two flat ones. And we want the smaller card. Okay. I got to my table without finger lift tape. Okay, there's a lot of things I could do without. My finger lift is not one of them. And glue this first one. And I'll go get my tape. Okay, let's fold that card blank in half. Can I hold up the card? Yep, this is the one we're gonna do right here. So we need the smallest piece of paper. We need the A6 mirror board. We need the glittery cardstock. We need this card, which is currently flat. You have two flat cards in your kit. You have a square one, and you have this one that's the smallest of our card blanks. And if you want to get them, we're also going to need one of your butterflies. And we're going to need a little blessing sticker. One single little blessing sticker out of your supplies packet. That should give us everything we need. Boy, I love these word dies. They're a pain to cut. They're not really a pain to cut. They actually weren't as bad as a lot of them, but making 150 or 180 of them wasn't a great joy. Okay, all right, let's get started here. We're going to cut our little card, our little piece of paper down to 5 inches wide, which mine already is, by, you want it to be 3 1/4 inches tall. Obviously you're going to cut the extra off of the black side of that. So let's make that 3 1/4. We are going to add this to our Mary, and we are going to trim around it. I like the mix too, aren't they beautiful? I know they actually grow white ones. Somebody told me that they actually grow blue ones. Is that true? I don't know if that's true. Somebody told me that. They'd be beautiful if they did, wouldn't they? I know they grow white ones. I've seen those. Okay, I put that down on my mirror board. I'm going to trim around it. Hello to Kim and Kelly and Katie, if Kelly and Katie are there. I'm just trimming around my mirror board. You guys are welcome to use your paper trimmers for this if you're not comfortable just picking up your scissors and whacking away at your mirror board. If you wanted to measure it, it should be about 3 3/4. Yeah, mine's just about 3 5/8 once I actually trimmed around it. I'm going to cover my card that I've set out here in this beautiful blue glitter paper. Forgive me if I sound a little gruff. It's not terrible, but the smoke's back a little bit. It's not like it was. And it's still sprinkling a little bit off and on, so it's kind of clearing it out of the air, but every once in a while we get a good whiff of smoke. No, the blue card doesn't shed at all. It's actually just incorporated right into the paper. In fact, for as beautiful as it is, it's pretty remarkably smooth for as sparkly as it is. Okay. Now, how many of you guys are working long today? glued that. I flipped it over. I'm just going to cut along here. And don't get rid of your extra of the blue cardstock because lots of your butterflies are getting backed in this blue. And as much, it doesn't look like there's an awful lot of it there. There's plenty to get the job done though. Okay. And I like that. I like the amount of border that's showing. So a little bit of raggedy white there on the edge. Say hi to Bryce. Bryce is being a really good sport about all of this. He thinks we're moderately crazy. But hi, Marilyn. Okay, you're working with me. Alice is working. Mary's working. Okay, so you guys tell me if I go too fast, okay? Because if I need to slow down, I absolutely will.
You've twisted the camera or something because it's now, we're not seeing half your card.
You're not seeing half my card?
So yeah, if you
So
just
do what now?
twist the base a little bit.
Probably cut it with my paper cutter.
Yeah. That's
Is that better?
Yeah. That
Okay.
should be better for him.
Brenda says hi. Oh, Betty, good. Okay, Brenda says hi. Lots of people are working with us. Good. Excellent. Andrea says, Bryce, we so appreciate you.
You're welcome.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to glue this down. Will you get me a roll of finger lift tape, honey, please? Somehow I got to the table with no tape. So I've just been gluing, which was fine for this first card. It's not a bad idea, guys, when you go to put this mirror board, thank you, when you go to put the mirror board on top of the glitter card, because the glitter card is slightly rough. It's not terrible, but it is slightly rough. You want to use glue for that because it'll get down in those crevices of the paper and hold your mirror board better than the finger lift tape would. So I would, anytime you're gluing or you're putting stuff on top of glitter paper, I think it's a pretty good idea to glue it. Just checking out my borders here and seeing if I like the way that looks. Looks like I need to straighten up just a little, which is the other advantage of glitter, or of glue. You can move things a little bit. Didn't turn my phone off. That's my Ring doorbell telling me something's being delivered. Guess we'll turn that off. So we're not hearing Rocky here in a minute. I'd hate to have Marilyn run and go get her boxing gloves.
There is a huge fundraising deadline coming up.
Really?
Democrats, and they need your help right.
Did I ask you to start talking to me? I did not, but she did. Don't do it again. I heard the voice again as I went to set it down. Okay. All right. We're going to get our believe out, or blessings. And we need one of our stickers. You guys should have a half sheet of stickers.
Mary's asking, what size of card is this? One?
This one is European A6, Mary, which is 4 1/8 by 5 7/8.
And this is the one out of the pack?
This is the flat one off of your cards. Now I want to show you something when I go to back this butterfly. I only need, I'm going to, this edge piece ends up being perfect for backing my butterflies. I don't have to cut all this stuff behind his head and the antennae. I'm just going to cut straight behind that so that it's not necessary, since his head and the antennae are solid, there's no need whatsoever to cut behind there. So I'm going to cut around the edge of his wing. I'm going to take my other finger and I'm going to flip his antennae up a little bit out of my way so I don't cut him off. And I'm just going to cut right down here behind. There we go. I can push this antenna back up. And I'm going to cut on around my butterfly. Wow, we have more lights, guys. Bryce just realized we didn't turn the table lights on. Woo! There we go. We have lots of light now. So it's a pretty easy cut to cut around the butterfly and get our glitter backing. Now that we've done all that, lift the butterfly off of your backing paper and put a little bit of glue on it. Because eventually, if it wasn't doing it already, huh?
You're not on where you're mat.
Okay, if it wasn't doing it already, it would try to lift because it's on top of the glitter paper. So I'm just putting a little bit of glue on the back of my butterfly just to make it stick to the... And it doesn't, I don't have to like glue every vein. As long as I get a little bit of glue here and there, it's going to stick. I'm just kind of running my glue bottle tip over the veining on the back, and what sticks, sticks. It'll be fine. So I'm going to get my butterfly back out here. I'm going to position it right back on top of that bit that we cut. Don't worry if a little tiny bit of your glue shows. It's not going to matter. It dries clear. It's not going to hurt it at all. I'm going to set that aside for just a minute. Let that glue dry a little before I shape my butterfly. I'm going to get my blessings. And I'm going to get my glue bottle. These are pretty well weeded already. I wouldn't worry too much about trying to weed out the E. It's pretty closed in on this blessing. Now you may have two different styles of blessing in your envelope. They're about the same size. One's a little bolder, one's a little simpler. It doesn't matter which one you're using. We just found it was much faster to cut them if we had two dies going at the same time. This particular blessing, who was this by? I'll have to look it up. It's over there. When we take a break, I'll try and see if I can find the folder, and I'll tell you who made this die. We have another one. The second blessing is actually from an Easter set, and it says Easter blessings, and we pulled the blessing die out of that one and used it to cut the rest of these. You can see why having one of these little tiny glue bottles is a great thing for this project if you have one. Okay, and I'm going to put the blessing right up here, kind of at the corner of that swirly. If you're working along, you'll see what I mean. At the top of the gray leaf, there's a little swirly. I'm putting it just to the right of that so that it's just a little bit off center. Got a little bit of glue on my mirror board, which is no problem because I have baby wipes. Maybe. Push it over, please. I will. I'll link those for you. And there we go. Now I no longer have glue on my blessings. All right, our butterfly should be pretty dry by now. And what we want to do with our butterfly is shape his wings a little bit. So we're going to fold it just a little bit on either side of his thorax, his body. My friend Susan should be so proud of me because she taught me that word when we were working with butterflies one night. She said, stop saying his body, that's his thorax. So there you go. Thank you, Susan. I did have a little bit of glue still wet underneath there, so it's up dead. I just wiped it off my sticker. Now we fold on either side of his thorax, of his body, and then just pull the wings back up over your finger. So what we end up with is something that looks like that. If you can see that. There you go. That's a good shot. Yeah, whoops, went too high. There we go. Yeah. And we have a flat area where we've folded around his body there. We'll put a little glue there on that flat part. And we'll add a butterfly flying up from our pumpkins towards the word blessing. I'm going to hold it there for just a second while that kind of tacks. And there we go. Ladies, we have finished card 1. What do you think? Hello, Annette.
Yeah, hold it up a little closer to the camera.
Sure.
Not high, down low.
Well, down low's almost too low. It's making me work too low.
No,
Kinda.
don't touch the camera. Hold it over the...
Yes, it just is awkward the way you have it today. There we go. All right. Card 1 is done. 1 down, 15 to go. Okay. Are we waking up? We're getting ready to roll here. You guys probably were already awake, especially you East Coasterners. But most of the West Coasterners are thinking I'm crazy too. Okay, let's do another easy one, shall we? Let's sift through our paper pack here. And we're going to find our square one with the words, autumn is my favorite season. So let's find that. It will be this one. Let's find that one. We're going to need our square card. This is our only square card today. Most of them are going to be rectangles because it costs more to mail the square ones. So I tried to keep them square, but you know, sometimes you just got to do what you got to do. So we need our card blank. We are going to need our glitter paper because we're going to back another butterfly. We'll have a butterfly handy. Excuse me. And we need the piece of 5 by 5. I guess this is maybe, I'm going to say that's a 6 by 6. The 6 by 6 Mary board. We'll need that. Hi, Pat. You got in! Yay! Yay! I was talking. Now, is it Pat? Is it actually Pat? I think Pat Luck won. Yep. Yes, it is Pat. Okay. Welcome. I'm so happy you made it. We were talking last night about how to do this, how to get signed on to YouTube. So I'm so happy that you figured it out. Okay, let's take our mirror board. And we are going to cover that with some finger lift tape. I can see why this particular tape roll ended up in the shop. It's all cattywampus. As I said before, we won't send out anything that comes in looking crazy. It all comes to me to work with in the shop, but this one is like a spool of ribbon that's trying to unwind from the center. You know how it kind of pushes out? This is going to be an interesting tape roll to use all day today. Okay, putting down my 3 rows of finger lift tape, rubbing them down good. Love me some finger lift tape. It's just the best invention. I can try peeling it from the end. If it doesn't peel easily, then I will tear it in the center. And pull it back both directions. Bryce told me I can't mess with the camera, but you know, he's gone. And the camera angle's really kind of bugging me a little bit today. Oops, that's The camera angle's kind of bugging me, so I'm going to fix it a little bit while he's gone. Which will not make him happy with me. If I knock it off, I'll be unhappy with myself. There we go. Okay. We are in lockdown. Boy, we can empathize. You guys are so much better, your rates overall, than ours, but I know you guys have had some alarming spikes in COVID. You know, here in Oregon, we've been pretty low all along, and now all of a sudden we have like this big jump. I don't know if it had to do with Labor Day and people misbehaving, or if it had to do with the protests or the fires. You know, there's just lots of areas where people have, you know, we had all those people in evacuation centers and stuff. So, okay, I put my mirror board on top of my card. I'm flipping it over. I'm going to cut this off from the back. So, we have a pretty alarming spike in our rates here in Oregon, too. I know there's lots of them all over the country. You guys be careful out there. Okie dokie. I said I wasn't going to say that anymore, but I'm having a hard time stopping, so sorry if I offend anybody. I'm not trying to. Okay, my width is really good on this already, but I need to trim just a little to get a nice size. I think I'm going to take a tiny bit off the top and a tiny bit off the bottom till I get just the right size. I'm probably going to take about 1/8 of an inch off the bottom, maybe a little bit more, maybe another 1/16, and then take just the tiniest of amounts off the top. And let's see how that looks. Oh, it's right where I want it. So go ahead and trim that down just a little bit, guys, till you get the right match. Okay. You opened your restaurants to full capacity, but I was looking at the reports for Florida. It looks like you guys are still right in the middle of it. So I hope that that's a safe move that your governor did there. But we'll see. I'm not trying to be political. I'm just trying to be concerned about my friends. Yeah, I don't go to restaurants at all either, Mary. We order in a lot. Our local DoorDash people love us. Okay. I put one row down each side. I did not put a row in the middle because I'm going to use my tape flags this time, just for the sake of anybody who may not have seen this little trick before. Once we have put our adhesive on both sides, we're going to make a little 1-inch flag, roughly 1 inch flag, and we're going to pull those flags out to the side just like that, kind of fold them at an angle right out to the side. And now we're going to take this and we're going to line it up over our paper and get this right where we want it. Now, before I put this down, I see that I actually have a little bit of tape strip hanging below the edge. I don't want to roll my tape down, and then find out that I have adhesive there. So I'm clipping those off. I'm going to line this up right where I wanted. The beautiful part of that is that I have just enough tack at the top of this to help hold it in place, and not so much that I can't just pull it loose and move it. I'm going to move that around till I get it right where I like it. And when I have the border that I want all the way around, I'm going to lay this down. I'm going to firmly hold it with one hand. Hold it with my left hand while I pull out my right tape. And then I'm going to hold it with my right hand while I pull out my left tape. And I have a perfectly centered card. Tape flags. I know you guys that tune in all the time know that trick, but I thought for the benefit of our newer folks, you might think that was a fun trick. So, tape flags. Let's get a butterfly. Back it with our gold or with our blue paper. You can see why I said it only just takes a little bit to do these butterflies. So you can see why I said we'll have plenty of material to use for our backing material for our butterflies. I'm going to, I guess I could glue this when I first put it down. That probably makes more sense. That's not how I did them, but I'm going to go ahead and put my glue on before I trim it. Let's see if that helps any. And again, we're putting just a little bit of, I know it probably seems counterintuitive to be putting glue on a sticker, but it's because we're going on top of this mirror or this glitter paper, and the stickers just won't hold as well to the glitter paper. Not because the glitter sheds, because glitter doesn't shed at all. It's because it just doesn't bond as well because it has all the little crevices from the glitter. So I'm going to put my Flutterby on. Tap it down a little. Wipe off any adhesive I got on the top, because I don't want to impact my beautiful shiny sticker. And I'm going to trim around him once again. Like I said, this is a little trimming, but it really doesn't even constitute fussy cutting because it's a pretty easy cut. Remember when you get to his antennae and his head, just lift those up, hold them back with your finger. You don't have to cut around those. I'll just hold them out of the way so we don't chop them off. And come on around the corner. There we go. And you know what we're going to do next? We're going to bend this butterfly on both sides of the thorax. It doesn't have to be a precise bend, guys. Just kind of roughly on both sides of his body. Then I'm going to take that body, I'm going to just curl those wings right around my finger. Just curling them, just kind of bending them right around my finger to make that butterfly kind of texturized. I see a place I didn't cut it as well as I'd like, so I'm going back in to trim it again. There we go. So now I have a nice flat place on the bottom, and I'm going to add my adhesive right there on the flat spot. And I'm going to light him on this little pink bush to the left of my words. And there we go. His wing is just barely touching the word favorite. Okay. How's that? We have finished card 2. I admit we started with the easy ones first. I have to kind of work into this stuff, guys. But they're pretty. They're very pretty. We're just kind of letting the foiling and the mirror board and the little butterfly carry the day. We're not doing anything too fancy on those. But they look great, don't they? I'd give that to somebody. I'd be proud to give that to somebody. Hey, there's the scissors I was missing. I just told Bryce a few minutes ago. Last night I dropped my little pink scissors. I don't know what I did with them. And there they are on the table. I'll put the cap on them and hang them up where they belong. Okay. Let's go to our next one. I had to also set out these two. Let's do the best wishes one first. Let's get our blue and blue paper with our roses. I'm trying to read your comments up there on the board, and my glasses are so foggy. I'm not seeing you, so I'm going to be rude and take just a minute here to clean my glasses so I can see what you're all saying. Did I have time to eat first? I did. I haven't had a chance for much pop yet, though, so I'll be swigging my pop throughout class. Gotta get my caffeine from my Diet Coke, you know. Those Diet Coke people, they really ought to be paying me endorsement fees. Are you listening, Diet Coke? Oh, wow, I can see you. Hi, guys. Oh, yeah, I think we had the Coke versus Pepsi debate a while back, didn't we? All right. Now, I'm going to get this piece of cardstock out here. This is going to be on this is out of your pack of cards from Craft Perfect, which is part of Tonic Studios. And you may notice that this is just a little short of the card base. Go ahead and cut that off. It's no problem. I'm going to cut about 1/4 of an inch off of that one. I'm sure I'm using the right one. Yeah, you guys know I trim my cards at will to fit the papers I have available. So I'm going to trim it just a little bit more. I will tell you what my finished measurement is. Oh, yeah, these Craft Perfect cards are a little bit over 6 inches, and I had already cut these. I tell you why we're trimming this. I had already cut these for European A6 when I decided to go ahead and send you the Craft Perfect cards. I did that because I kind of liked the ivory with the Thanksgiving theme. And I could hold your cost down a little bit by including the Craft Perfect since I had gotten an extra good deal on those. So I went ahead and we may have a little bit of trimming to do on some of what they call USA 6. It's a little bit different than what we normally look at USA 6. That varies from company to company. But the most common one I've seen is the one that they used with Hot Off the Press, which was 5 by 6.5 inches. These are even a more odd size. These were 4 and just a little over 4.5 by 6 1/4. So I don't know where they got that. So, yeah, hopefully we can share enough little tips with you, Pat, to make it worth your while to hang out with us. And besides that, these are just some of the nicest people you will ever meet. So I'm glad that you are having a chance to meet our crafty friends. A lot of what we do in these classes you'll be able to get even though you're not shopping necessarily with us from the US, because we do a lot of hunky-dory and things that you'll have pretty ready access to. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and put my tape stripes down here. I could have done this with glue, but it is pretty lightweight paper, and if you glue it on lightweight paper, sometimes you get that little glue crease. So I'm actually going to have to match this just a little bit. I can do it. I'm confident I can do it. If I can't, I got a good trimmer. I'll fix her up if I mess it up. Okay, I did it again. Okay, I just got to say okay and not that other slang word I use. All right, I'm going to match up my card with my cardstock. I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. It's pretty good. And have just a tiny bit of trim at the bottom there, which I will just take care of. Oops. I should have opened that up because it's several layers of cardstock now. My trimmer, our cutter pea trimmers, don't mind at all 2 layers of cardstock, but they get fussy if you give them more than 2. It will cut nicely through, usually 2 layers. Let's see how that looks now. That's just right. Looking from the back, I'm a little bit over in the back, so I'm going to trim up just a tad there. Now you'll see that my sample and in this one, my butterflies are slightly different position. I figured you guys could handle that. On this paper, I got this paper at Michael's. Mary, it's called Pumpkin Vines. Okay. Now I'm going to get my butterflies out. I'm actually going to match. You can put as many as you like or as few as you like. I put 3 on mine. On my last one. I don't know if I'll put that many this time. I don't know, just based on the position of the pumpkin, I actually think 1 right in here would look good, and I may just use 1 this time. Use what you guys like with yours. But I think I'm just going to put 1 on this time. Do whatever feels good, whatever you like. I think it is a reflections pad. I'm not certain. I just saw the print and I thought it was beautiful. Of course I bought them, then they put them on sale, but you know, that's life. But they're beautiful. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. And we did the banner out of that same book. Used the smaller prints for the banner, used the bigger prints for the cards. Put a little bit of glue on my butterfly. I love Hunky Dory too, Pat, or Mary. I truly, truly do. I fully admit they're my fave, which you could probably tell since the majority of what we do together as a class ends up being Hunky Dory. But it's kind of fun to do different things sometimes too. One of these days I want to do, in fact I actually picked one. One of these days I want to do a collection from Heartfelt Creations, because they have some really beautiful stuff too. And I just picked one that I think we're going to do as it's another Christmas, but they're just charming and beautiful, and I think it needs to be done. So we're going to have a Heartfelt Creations one coming up. Speaking of things coming up, you guys had asked for the tying gift ribbons, and my ribbon came in yesterday, so I'm going to start working on playing with that and find some fun and creative bows for you guys to tie. And we will go from there. I thought the 1.5 inch might work better with the We Are Memory Keepers bow maker, the big flat comb, as opposed to our little handled combs we use all the time. Okay, so I've cut around my butterfly, I've glued him down. I'm going to bend him on both sides of his thorax again. Bend those wings back around my finger. Oh, fun. Their pads are amazing, aren't they? Now, which pads are you using? Are you using the little books, Kim, or which topper pads are you using? The topper decks are amazing too. You get so many for the money. I love those. Are you talking about, Betty, what sentiments we're using on these cards? We're going to be using on this one, we're using the best wishes sentiment sticker out of our little envelope. And that best wishes sticker comes from Sticker King. So you want to get into your little envelope and find the best wishes. That's just for you. There is a best wishes in here somewhere. Really and truly there is. There's one. I think we have a couple of them actually. The little flower, or sometimes you'll have little extras there. That's just when we cut up the sticker sheets, we had little accent stickers left and we tossed them in just in case you wanted to use them somewhere. So I'm going to put my best wishes, I think I'll put it just to the right of my stem. You guys just need to pick where you think it's going to look best, truly, because your card will lay out just slightly different than mine will. Topper decks and little books especially, oh my gosh. Both of those are great deals, but you just get so many pages in the little books. I just ordered some new ones of those last night that I'm excited to get. They had some new really cool ones. They had one. I just can't wait for it to get here. It's just too cute. It's hippos. It had hippopotamuses. Little hippos. I still didn't get that as straight as I want. Sometimes my trick for getting these straight, I need to do it here because I'm not liking the way it's sticking. I get my ruler out. I use the flat edges on the side of my ruler to make sure that I have a straight line. And then I just stick my sticker right above the ruler. And that gets it on straight. You know me, I don't do a bunch of lining and that kind of thing. Okay, so I got my best wishes on. I've got my butterfly built. I think I'm going to put my butterfly just a little bit to the left of my flower there because I love those roses. I want them to show. And I'm going to kind of hang my butterfly just kind of off to the side of my roses. Kind of hang them on those vines. I used 3 last time, but just this is my first one. And this is the one I just did. I'm going to use and get that a little bit lower so you can see it. There you go. I'm looking. I like the single one on this one. I also like the triple on this one. It really just depends. This one here, the butterfly wings aren't real perky because it was in a stack of cards, but you can perk them right back up. So whatever you like there, guys. But you know what? This is now 3. We have finished 3 cards out of our stack already. Can you believe it? Look at us go. Of course, we did start with the absolute easiest ones. But that's okay. All right. Let's get one of our 5x7 cards, one of the largest cards. Every once in a while they come out with little books of different themes, and I try to pick those up when they come out. In fact, we try to get almost everything from Hunky Dory. I don't buy every single thing, but I do buy most things, as long as I think it's going to be a reasonable value to you by the time that I pay air freight to get it here. Every once in a while they come out with something they just don't think is going to be as great a deal for you. For example, we in What's New Wednesday we'll be talking about the snowy kit that they just came out with the, it's a different kind of kit. It has foiled and die cut snowflakes on cardstock. They have foiled and die cut snowflakes on acetate. We still had a few of those from the last one that we've been using. but there's a whole new pack of that just came out. And then they just came out with some card blanks, but they're card blanks for us. Now, European sizes, they're perfectly reasonable, but for us, they're really, really big. We don't tend in the US to make as large a cards as they make in the UK. And so I didn't buy the card packs that went with that. Instead, I just bought some packs of matching Adorable Scoreable, thinking that we could cover our own card sizes with that, or we could even cut our own cards out of Adorable Scoreable, but we wouldn't necessarily want a whole pack of these great big 7x7, 8x8, A5 cards. An A5 is the size of an Adorable Scoreable cut or folded in half. So I opted to do that a little bit differently. That's just an example. I don't get every single thing that Hunky Dory does, but I do get most things that they do. Okay, let's look for this piece of paper, and we're looking for the one that's foiled. So let's find this pumpkin, the white pumpkin at the left. It's got a white pumpkin in the left corner. It's got an orange pumpkin at center, and it's got gold foiling on it. Let's find that one. There it is. It's one of the bigger ones, towards the back probably in your kit. This time we're going to use a 5x7 card. We're going to use this piece of cardstock. We're going to use one of our big 7x7 pieces of mirror mat. Oh, okay. You like the big sizes for people with poor eyesight. Good to know. You know, some of the biggest fans of my cards, one of the biggest fans of my cards in my family is my father-in-law, Bob. He loves to see what we're coming up with, and so I always try to do something extra special for Bob because he likes to see what we come up with. So like the masculine cards that we did, where we did the twist and pop cards for the guys, and some of those, he just thinks they're just too fun. So I think the challenge for the guys is to make them maybe a little bit more kinetic, make them a little bit more, movable cards. He just had, hi Tracy, he just got a total kick out of the twist and pop cards. So, and he likes a lot of those. So I try and make them mechanical in some way when I give them to Bob, that they move in some way. And he just got a total kick out of the spinner cards that we were making. He thought that was really fun. See, I love it when the guys get involved, though, and then they say, yeah, I'd like a little bit more about this, a little bit more about that. That's awesome. Hi, Thelma. Hey, you're in chat. How did you get in chat? This is Thelma, guys. I've been telling you for the longest time about my friend who's a retired art teacher. This is Thelma, and she hasn't been able to get on chat forever, and she's here. Yay, what a treat. That's exciting, Thelma. Welcome, welcome. Okay, we're going to cover our 5x7 with some gold mirror board. It should be just about the right size you may have, just because of the trim of the cards. You may have just an itty-bitty amount of trim there. That's awesome, Kim. Good idea. Yay! Oh, we got lots of new friends here today. I'm so excited. Welcome, guys. Nice to see you all. Yeah, Bryce is pretty good about stopping by, looking at what I'm doing, and generally from Bryce I get the obligatory ooh ah, but he's also sometimes he really gets excited about something that I've done. And that's always fun when he does, because I trust his opinion on things, and it's nice when I make something and I can see that I have true approval above the obligatory ooh ah. All right. I'm glad, Tracy. This is a good value, really. If you think about it in terms on a per card basis, this kit's a great value. Okay. Here we go. And you can always come back in and look at participate with us now, and then look at the video later when you go to put your cards together for some sample ideas. So, oh, the waterfall dice. I love that. I haven't done it yet either. Let's do one of those, Mary. We'll make a point of it. I might have to get more of the dice in order for everybody who wants one to be able to get one. But let's make a point of doing that, because I think those are really cool too. We'll just make a point of it. I'm trimming my card down just a tad. I don't even know if you can see it. I have just the tiniest amount of white showing at one side because my card was just ever so slightly bigger than my Mary. So I'm trimming this down just the very slightest amount, just to get rid of that little overhang there. Because I don't even have a trim on the other side. It just was just a tiny bit small or bigger than the Mary. Okay. If you get fingerprints all over it and it bugs you, just use your we have these in the store, or lots of different kinds of microfine cleaning gloss guys are great for cleaning fingerprints off your Marys. It's also great for taking fingerprints off your photos and stuff. It's great. So we're doing the 5x7. Yep. I know exactly what you're talking about, Mary Glasson, and I want to get that out and work with that too. I think that's a great idea. Okay, so we've covered our 5x7 card and mirror board. We're going to take this topper right here, and we're going to cut this to be just slightly smaller than 5x7. I'm going to, I really like the vines and stuff up here, and I don't want to chop all that off, so I'm going to cut a little bit off the bottom because I have a little room to spare there. So I'm going to take a little bit off the bottom. I'm going to turn my light on so I can see where the bottom of my pumpkins are. And I'm going to take just a slight amount off the bottom here. And then I'm going to start, I know that my card is 5 inches wide. I'm going to start with 4 3/4 for my border. And then I will come back in and see how I think it's going. I'm going to trim a little bit of the extra off my side so I can keep as much of that swirl as I can on the other side. And I'm going to measure this to be 6 3/4. And let's see how that fits. It's still pretty tight on the sides, so I think I'm going to have to take a little bit more off. So I'll come back in, you know how I do this though, guys. I just keep trimming it just a little bit until I get it right where I want it instead of regretting cutting it too far. Oh, that's interesting. I wonder if that's cut straight on that bottom edge. Didn't appear to be totally straight on the bottom. That's what I'm looking at. I may not have had it lined up quite right, or it could be my top edge that's out of whack a little bit, but I'm going to check my squareness of my card because it looked to be a little bit out of whack. And yet it measures fine, isn't that funny? Okay, let's see how we're doing here. Just my... No, it just looks out of whack. Maybe my card blank's out of whack a little bit. I think my card blank's off a little bit. So I'm gonna open this up and I'm gonna trim my card just a little. I just couldn't get it to line up, and then I realized it wasn't my cutting at all, it's my card blank is off just a little, which is odd because these are really good card blanks. They're spendy ones, but you know, even these can be folded unevenly sometimes. So, see if that's better. That's better. It wasn't me, it was the card. How funny is that? Now it works. Before I glue this down, I'm going to grab myself some of that orange ribbon. Rose Gold Mary. Yes, we have some rose gold. I'm certain of it. Kim, I will link that in the newsletter for you. I'll have to go find it. But I believe I have some rose gold, so I'll link that for you in the newsletter tonight. Okay, pulling out my orange. And with my orange, I'm just going to measure myself a little piece. Probably just about that long. I gave it just maybe an extra inch on either side, a little less than an inch. And there's a variety of ways I could put this down. I'm going to try and see. I don't know, this 1/4 inch is pretty narrow, but I'm going to try and see if I can't put a piece of tape on the back. When it fits, that's a really easy way to hold that down. Except that I think I just put it on the wrong side. No, did I? No, I think it's okay. It sparkles beautifully. Okay, now I got my tape just a little off, so I'm going to go along here and I'm going to tuck the edge of my tape back behind the edge of my ribbon. I don't know if you can see what I'm doing, but I'm just rolling the tape over on itself behind the ribbon so that I don't have a big sticky edge along on my card. I just roll in the extra tape with my fingertip right behind the ribbon. Won't hurt a thing. Have to be a little careful that I'm not rolling the ribbon over on itself, just the tape. And once I get past the sticky end, it's all okay. I think I got it. Okay. I'm going to put this one down about, I'm going to say maybe about a 1/2 inch from the top of my card. I'm just going to roll it over and attach my tape on the back. That looks good. And then Rose Gold Mary. Thank you. I love the gold, but I think rose gold might work too. Did you guys lose your screen, or are we buffering, or did you lose your picture, or is it just here? See, picture and picture only. Okay, gotta call my cameraman. He's outside painting. Hang on. Bryce, we lost our picture. Oh. I left and you came back. Okay. Well, that was interesting. I shook my camera when I was walking by, sorry. Okay. All right. Well, is everybody back? We'll have him look and see why we were getting that. They came back on their own. Like the lost sheep, they came back on their own. What we got was that thing that looked like the power indicator again that we got when the plug was bad. So maybe you can just watch us for a minute and see if it stays good. If it does, then you can go back to painting. We can holler at you. Just make sure you have. Oh, you can't have your phone with you. You can. No, I can't call you that way. Never mind. I was going to say take your phone with you, and I won't have to come holler, but I will have to come holler because I'm using your phone as a camera. We're adaptable sorts, aren't we, guys? All right, we need our little round. One of our greetings. These are going to vary from kit to kit. Mine happen to have said harvest before, but I don't even know what mine say now. I haven't looked at them. I have Grace. I love that one. I have one that says harvest. I have one that says friends. I don't know. I kind of like the friends one. I'm going to use that this time. And you need one of your little, I guess we only have one. We need our little sparkly flower sticker for this. So let's go ahead and put this topper on. I'm going to try and glue it. I'm not sure. Okay, I'm going to try and glue this. What I will do is I'm going to rub the glue a little bit with my finger so that I take any ridge out of it. Remember how we've talked about that? That when you're gluing something lighter, make sure you run your finger along it so you don't have a ridge under the lighter material. That's what I'm going to do here. That's another nice trick. So I'm just literally going to run my finger along it just like this. Just smooth out the... Huh?
Diane has joined you.
Hi, Diane. Welcome, welcome.
She asked, how's everyone doing?
There we go. Okay. We are doing great. We are now on, what are we on? We're on card number 4, I believe. So rounding the bend towards 25% completion of our kit. There we go. Got my card face glued down. How's everybody doing? Is the timing about right here? I mean, are you guys having any trouble staying pace with me? I'm going to take a swig of pop while you answer.
Mm-hmm.
So good. Okay. I'm going to put my little tag right up here at the top. And then I'm going to tie a little bow to go on here. I'm going to glue this, but when I glue it, I'm going to run my finger around it because it is a lighter weight tag and I don't want it to buckle under there or show a little ridge around it. I like that. Somehow this Card Friends card just fits for today. Get rid of my extra glue off my fingers. I'm going to put my little jewel up here. Aren't these little jewels pretty? We have these in the store too. I'll link those for you in case you're interested. I don't know how many of them I have left because we used them on the banners too, but I'll link what we have. We're going to tie a little bow here, friends and neighbors. Now I just tied a little up. It just left, Bryce. Bryce! Sorry guys, I didn't mean to break your eardrums. It just did it again. They're still gone.
I don't know.
That's the little plug signal we were getting when the... And there it comes again. That was the little plug signal we were getting before. When it kept going out on Margie and I.
I've checked the internet. The internet is up and strong.
Okay.
And the only thing I can think of is the camera, but it's
Is the
got so much
camera
battery.
is the camera bank interfering in some way with the
Nope.
camera operation?
Nope.
Okay. Let me tell you what I'm doing here, guys. I'm going to tie a small bow. See how little I tied my bow here? I tied a little double bow. I'm going to try tying this at 4. We could stand a little bigger bow, I guess, but I'm going to try tying this at 4 and 4. Let's see what we get. If you decided you just wanted a little single, or if you want something larger, you should have plenty of material in your kit to make it whatever size you like. One thing I love about this orange ribbon is that both sides are pretty sparkly. So you don't have to do a lot of figuring to figure which side is the better sparkle. The orange is sparkly on both sides. I do love this woven iridescent ribbon, though. I'm so glad we got this. Oh, I've been using it a lot. Wait till you see. By the way, we have almost all of our videos done now. Bryce is working on getting the logistics worked out of getting them loaded up on our website, but we have 3 of the 4 Craftiganza videos done, and they will be loading soon. I'm going to leave my tails a little longer this time too. I like that. They always end up a little different. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Annette says it has an X on the USB symbol this time. From her perspective, she hopes that helps. Yeah, this one's called Bittersweet. I think it's supposed to be like an orange, an orange variety or something. My tails weren't quite even, so I'm trimming up the other one. I'm going to put a little bit of Best Glue Ever on this bow and let it dry. And you know what, guys? That will be the 4th card done. Best Glue Ever is here. If you've been waiting for it and haven't been able to get it, because we haven't had any for a couple of weeks now, it has arrived. 104 bottles of it just came in, so we should be in good shape for a while. So putting a little Best Glue Ever here. Doesn't take an awful lot, just a little bit.
Pat's having to sign off.
Excuse me?
Pat is having
Oh,
to
okay. Oh, that's okay. Take painkillers in time for bed. Hey, Pat, we hope to see you on the replay. To stop by and see some more of what we're up to. And I'm so glad you could sign in tonight. I'm really glad. And we'll see you another time, okay? Thanks for stopping in, though. Okay, I'm going to just set this on this card and set it off to the side, let that bow dry.
Annette's asking, is the orange more of a burnt orange or a true orange?
It's a true orange. It's a here's a comparison. The pumpkin on here is kind of a burnt orange. I guess it actually, in the camera, this looks pretty bright orange, but in reality, this is quite a lot warmer, a lot brighter than the pumpkin. It doesn't show much against red either. Can't show it against white. That lets you see how bright the orange is when we get it up against some white, so you can just see it. So, there you go. All right. That was nice of Pat to join us. I was conversing with her in the comments section, and I was hoping that she would be able to join us soon, so she did. That was neat. Thelma got on. I'm so excited, honey. Thelma was able to join us and is out there today in chat world.
Whoa.
Woohoo! Okay, that's 4 down, guys. Now we can kind of do whatever we want. So, because I'm awake, I've had my caffeine. We're ready to go. All right. How about we just start working our way through here? I'm going to do this blessings one. I love these ones where we just glittered the pumpkin. Isn't that pretty? Let's do this one next. We're going to find... Oh, mine's right on top. But nope, that's not the one. We want the one that has the spotted pumpkin in the front. It's got an orange pumpkin behind it, a blue one to the side, and a rose right in the corner. Let's find that one. It's got a rose right in the middle of the bottom. We should all have the same pieces, shouldn't we? Oh, maybe it's in this part. Let's look here. Oh, I found it. It's one of the biggest sheets, guys. Did you find that one? This is the one we're looking for. And in my pack, it's one of the biggest ones at the back. Some of these are cut different sizes to be able to get the elements we wanted and be able to get as many cards as possible out of a sheet. So they're cut different sizes. But this is the one we want. Did everybody find that? Love this. Okay, this one we're just going to glitter the white pumpkin. So beautiful. And we're going to need a blessing sticker. So let's get that, or blessing die cut. We'll get that out. I have to pop the center out of my S on this one. And let's see, what else do we need? We're going to need a 5x7 or a 7x7 piece of Mary. We're going to need a 5x7 card. There we go. And I think that's it. We'll need our glitter sheet. Do you have a glitter sheet or some copy paper or something that you can pour your glitter over and get it back into your vial or your packet? Then I think we're ready to go. Let's go. Okay, get my tape out. Let's cover our card with our Mary. 3 rows of tape is my norm. 1 in the middle and 1 on each outside edge. Rub that tape down good so it has less temptation to peel on us. Kim was telling us, wasn't it you, Kim, that told us that you got married in the fall and you had white pumpkins at your wedding? I think that's so cool. Isn't the tape wonderful? Are you using regular double stick or are you using finger lift tape, Mary? I do love using tape as opposed to tape runners. So much more economical. You got great control and it doesn't jam. There are no tape jams. I can't tell you the number of times I have torn apart a tape runner to get the tape out of there because I couldn't stand to throw it away after the tape runner jammed. Okay. This tape we're using is called finger lift tape. And the tape itself is 1/4 of an inch wide, but the paper's 1/2 inch wide, giving you plenty of giving you plenty of room to get your finger centered there and lift the paper off the tape. That's why it's called finger lift tape. And I love it. Okay, got my card covered with my Mary. Yeah, true. You can use your tape flags. That is absolutely true. You can't do that with a tape runner. Good point, Alice. Okay, trimming off my extra. You can see from these blessings and stuff, boy, this is a great piece of paper to get a whole bunch of little die cuts out of. This week's Brits Bargain is going to be on mini dies. I'm going to have a heck of a deal on tattered lace mini dies. Check that out when Brits Bargain comes up this week. I think I have 19 of them. And they'll go first come, first served at the price I'm going to have on them. But they were wonderful for this kind of stuff. Okay, I'm going to have to trim this down a little bit to fit my card. And I'm going to start by trimming the excess off the bottom. So once again, I'm going to light this up. And I'm going to trim it just so that I get that full vine at the bottom, because I do like that vine at the bottom. I'll take off everything I can up to that point. I'm also going to take the excess off the edge, since I know that this is going to be considerably wider than it has to be. So I'm going to go clear up to the vines on the left, making sure I'm not overcutting here. I want this to be, I'm going to start with 6 3/4, so I have just a little bit left to take off the side, and I'm going to go to 4 3/4 wide to begin with. And let's see how we're doing here before I cut any more. Oh, oh, that's cool. Thanks for sharing your story, Kim. Oh, actually, I look at this and I'm pretty much liking that right where it is. I'm seeing that I have maybe just a 1/16 of an inch extra on this edge I'm going to take off. And let's see how we do it. How we did there. Oh, I like that. Okay. I'm not going to worry about putting this down quite yet. I want to do my glittering work before I put it on the mirror board. Now this glitter too, like our extra fine glitter, this is microfine glitter also. So we shouldn't have a lot of problems with this scratching our mirror, but it's just a good habit to get into to do your glittering before you put it on your mirror board so that your mirror does not get scratched. And all I'm going to do here, guys, is I'm just going to take my needle nose glue bottle. I'm going to go fill in these little dots on my pumpkin. Just fill in the little rounds with glue from a needle nose bottle. Now, the heavier you get this glue, the longer it's going to take to dry, so kind of smearing it around just a little bit with the tip of your glue bottle to ensure that it's not too thick is good policy. But I'm just going to fill in all these little bubbles. What is it about glittering that's just so satisfying? Maybe it's just me, because it's a messy process, and I do so love messy processes. It could just be me. I had one lady in class with us that just really hates glitter. She hates everything about it. And I had such a hard time understanding her. I loved her anyway, but I had such a hard time understanding how anybody could not love glitter. The glitter, I always get this question, so let me just answer it. The glitter in my glue bottle is, right now, it's kind of a mix between Cosmic Shimmer, which is my regular go-to, and Tattered Lace. I had some Tattered Lace bottles on the shelf that needed to be moved out of active inventory because I don't I don't let anything age on the shelves, or I try really hard not to. And it was just time they got rotated out, so instead of refilling with my regular Cosmic Shimmer, I've been refilling with Tattered Lace. But we have 2 or 3 brands of glue in the store that are great for paper crafting and highly recommended. They are Cosmic Shimmer, and now we have the Art Institute glitter. How beautiful is that? Just look at that, what that does, just putting that little hint of glitter on that pumpkin. How pretty is that? Oh my gosh, that's beautiful. So I'm going to set this aside and let this dry. I have my card covered already. We could, I suppose, go ahead if we wanted to risk it, and we could glue our blessings down, but let's just wait and do that when the glitter's dry, shall we? I'm going to put my blessing with it, though. I'm going to get one of my die cuts, my blessing die cuts out of here. And it will be ready to go. It just needs to be everything to be glued down. But I'm just going to set this off to the side for a minute and let that dry. Oops. Okay, this card will be finished. I'm going back to my pumpkins and looking. Nope, my glue's not quite dry on this yet, so I'm going to put it back away again. Let that continue to process. And let's see what else we want to put some glitter on, shall we? How about we do this one next? Let's find this card blank. We'll find it in our stack here. It's a white pumpkin corner in the left corner. It's got vines coming up on up the side and along the bottom. It's on black. There it is, the very last one in my stack. Okay. This is what your page will look like. It's on the probably 5x6 now. I'm going to get my card blanks out here and I'll tell you which one we're using. I think it's going to be one of these. Nope, it's bigger. I get one of the 5x7s. I think it's 5x7 I've trimmed, to tell you the truth. Let's see. Yeah. You don't really have to trim it down, I don't think. No, you won't have to trim it down unless you want to. I think I'll make mine full size this time just for the sake of something different. I did trim it down a little bit last time, but what we're going to do this time, guys, is leave this cream color border showing around the outside because I thought that played beautifully with the white pumpkin. Don't you think so? We're not putting any mirror or anything under this. We're going to use the white as our accent for the cream color. That's pretty, don't you think? So all we need to do is just trim widthwise. And I'm going to say let's start with 4 3/4 and see where that takes us to. I have all this glitter on this paper and I'm making myself nervous because you know me, I'm really kind of a klutz, and we are going to almost surely have a mess here. I don't pour this back in. I am a messy crafter, but sometimes I'm a messy crafter because I get lazy and don't take care of putting stuff away properly. That's just the truth. Okay, I'll still get glitter everywhere, but I can probably avoid having a whole bunch to run my arm through. Okay, going to my paper cutter again. I'm going to start at 4 3/4 and see how I like that amount of border. That's just right. Don't you think? That's just right. Okay. I think I'll just put some glue on this one. And then I'll rub the glue around and make sure that I don't have a ridge under my paper. I could do it with tape flags, or I can do it with my glue bottle. Doesn't matter. Whatever makes you happy. My family's out there staining the braces for the catio. Well, the contractor was here this week and he put the studs up, and I'll take a picture and I'll try and take a picture at break time, and I'll put it in the newsletter so you can see what they're doing out there. Okay, I'll put that on. I'm going to slide it. Well, maybe I'm going to slide it. Should slide. Didn't want to. Slide it over just a tad until I have that nice white border showing all the way around. I do like the way that looks. Isn't that pretty? Now, it would still be really plain, though, were it not for the glitter. So let's give this thing some glitter, shall we? Now, this time, I glittered all the little pumpkin curlicues, including these that went up here. Now, you can put as much or as little as you like. I actually used quite a bit, but I glued all these little pumpkin curlicues just to get some brightness added to this. So that's what we're going to start doing. We're going to glue all those little pumpkin curlicues this time. Now there is the glitter is kind of around in different areas this time, so I might advocate to you that we do one area, we glitter it, and we shake it off, and then do the next area. Oh, my glue bottle's kind of being a little tight. Come on. Come on. Oh, I need a pen in my glue bottle. I happen to have a couple of them sitting right here, waiting to be used. I'm bad about recapping my glue bottle as I go. That's one reason why I get little clogs in it now and again. Oops, I've turned over a full container of glitter. 4 years later, we could vacuum and still get glitter up. Oh dear. Let's not do that today. I don't want you guys thinking bad things of me or sending you big pots of glitter. How about the size of that container of glitter today? Do you know that that's the equivalent of about 1.5 of the regular size jars of glitter? It's about, I filled about 2.5 packets per this great big jar of microfine glitter I was using. So you got lots and lots of glitter today. You are not going to run short no matter how much we decide to use. Sometimes it's kind of hard to tell what's the pumpkin vines and what's the other vines, but nobody's going to be inspecting your work, guys. They're just going to see the neat impression of the pumpkin vines. So just have fun with it. Don't be stressed about it. Nobody's going to be in the inspection squad. I had a friend who used to come over and visit sometimes, and she'd say things like, "Did you know your telephone is the dirtiest thing in your house?" And she'd run her fingers across my phone, or she'd run her fingers across the top of my refrigerator, and she'd say, "You should probably clean up here." And after about the third time she did it, I handed her a can of Lysol at the door and said, "Knock yourself out." Knock yourself out, friend. We were still friends after that, too. I just figured if she had the need to clean, let her do it. Okay. Oh, this glue bottle, Tracy. These are some little glue bottles I picked up in China. And they sell for $2 in our store empty. And then I refill them with the brands I talked about. Cosmic Shimmer, which we have in a great big bottle. And the tip, even though they have a micro tip on the bottles, all the broken ones that get broken in transit come in here. See how my tip is all bent at the end? We won't send you one of those. But if it gets bent up in transit, it comes up here, and I refill these little bottles out of this great big one, because even when I trim this, the problem is that it's fairly fine tip, but this replacement cap that they give you is not that great. So I move these into these, and then I just refill out of this bottle. But this little microfine bottle, oh, they're just so neat. $2. $2. I've seen them go for as much as $6, but there's no reason they have to be that expensive. I got a good deal on them, and I don't believe in gouging you guys. Our prices aren't always the lowest. We've talked about that before, because I pay air freight to get your stuff here from Europe on most things. Because we don't have a shipping dock, I have to have it sent in smaller pallets, and I have to air freight it, and that costs a lot of money. So we will not always be the least expensive, but what we have to give up in a little bit on pricing, we try to make up for in service and make sure that we have the best service you're going to get anywhere. I try really hard on that. And there we go. That's what I glittered. I did these little vines down here in the corner. And you can see I just, I wasn't being fussy about it. I just kind of laid down my glitter line. But I do love the way it looks. I think it's pretty. It's just about the right amount. I'm going to pour this back in my vial. I agree, Thelma. They are really, really good little bottles. Really good little bottles. I always have 3 or 4 of them right here around my crafting area. But you do need to have some pins handy, because the opening is so very fine that once in a while it will clog up, and you just have to run a pin down it, clean it out good, and away you go. Every once in a while, if I've done something really ridiculous, like I leave one open over a weekend or something, and they really get jammed up in there, then I take the tip off and I drop it in a glass of water, let that glue all soften up in there, and then I take a pin and clean it out. Thank you, Alice. I appreciate that. We try really hard to make sure you guys just get the best service you're going to get anywhere. I try really, really hard, and the girls that work for me really, really believe in that too. Okay, so we've got our glitter done on there. And let's dig out our embellishments for this one. Your words may be different. We talked about that. I just kind of punched out all the words that I thought were kind of related to the holiday season. So I have harvest in mine, and I have grace. I think it could be either one. I think I'll use harvest. And let's tie a little bow. We'll get some best glue ever going on that. And we'll set that off to the side to dry then, and we'll finish our assembly once our glitter is dry and our bow gets dried. Let me get my bow maker out here. For this one, I tied a tiny 3-layer bow. I'm going to start at 4 on your bow maker, the 4th smallest tine in from the center. What I do on one side, I need to do on the other, so I'm going to go 4 to 4, then I'm going to come out, I'm going to go to number 5, the 5th tine out, the last one of the small tines, then I'm going to come and I'm going to go to 4 again, and come back up through 4, because what you do on one side, you do on the other. I'm going to go down through the center of my bow maker, and you'll notice I'm not layering those one on top of the other. This is something different I've learned to do, is to make sure that the individual layers kind of are allowed to stay separate until we come over here and we kind of scooch them together. I'm finding that if I keep my layers separate on the comb as long as possible, it helps the bow to fan out better. It's just something I've learned from working with them now. I didn't know at first. Sparkliest side goes down, but you know, this orange is really sparkly on both sides. I don't think you can go wrong with the orange. I'm going to slide my bow off my bow maker, and let's look and see what we get. I'm going to pull this little loop out. I'm going to pull this little loop out up here. And look at that beautiful bow. We got just that easy, guys. If you haven't taken my bow class, let me know. We'll get one on the schedule for you, because you will never look at bow making quite the same way again after you've had our bow class. It's so easy to tie beautiful bows. There we go. And liking the way that looks. I'm going to trim this off. I'm going to get a little best glue ever on here. Okay. Oh, look at you guys. You guys are so sweet. Thank you for the compliments. I appreciate it. Yes, I did a 4-5-4, Mary. 4-5-4. Yeah, I like the staggered look in these too. I do. Getting a little glue in the center. I'm going to put just a little bit on my loops. Try and kind of hold everything out where I have it. A little bit here. A little bit here. Kind of a dot in the center and a little bit on each of the other places. Just a little. We don't need a lot. We don't need to wait until next Friday to put this on. Oh, I like that. The autographed invoice thing, that's fun. I like that. Okay, I'm going to put this, just lay this on my card, and I'm going to set this all off to dry for a minute. That may be one of your most challenging aspects of today, guys, is to have enough drying area for all these cards we're making. I'm pulling back in this one we did earlier. It looks like our bow is dry for that. Well, let's go ahead and stick this little bow in its place. Oh, I like that. That's cute. Somehow the Friends concept just fit for me today. Okay, there we go. I know Ashley writes notes on a lot of the invoices already. I've seen some of them. And she's just the best. She's just the best. There we go. Friends is done. Or this card is done. You may have a different greeting on yours. That one's finished. Let's take a look at our dotted pumpkin. Just broke my fingernail. Let's take a look at her dotted pumpkin and see how he's doing. It might still be wet because that was kind of a... No, they're dry. Okay, I'm going to brush off my extra glitter. Got my makeup fan brush here. Just brushing off the extra glitter into my garbage can here. Okay, yeah, there's no hurry. You can always attach yours when it gets dry. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put this down, boat maker aside. I'm going to put a little bead of glue around here. I'm going to rub it with my finger to get it nice and smooth. Oops. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but the U.S. Postal Service is going to have a quote-unquote temporary increase in pricing through the holidays. I found it kind of comical in a way that they said they didn't want to raise the price of individual postage because of all the financial hardships right now. So they were only raising business pricing. Consider what businesses have been through recently, and that kind of becomes a, huh? But I understand they're having trouble, and we love our postal service, and we want them to survive, so guess we do what we have to do. That temporary increase is 40 cents a package or more. It's an average of 40 cents a package. To us, that's going to be hundreds of dollars a month. Hundreds. So I haven't decided how to respond to that yet. I just need to do some more analysis. I actually absorbed the last two postal increases and didn't do anything. And I'll have to figure out what that means to us. I'm not sure yet. But yeah. So I did want to alert you to the fact that it's coming. If you see prices on online purchases, not just with us, I mean, this is going to be that's big. That's a really big increase. That could be, you're going to see it everywhere. And temporary, I don't believe that for a second. Once it's already been in place and the pain has been experienced of the increase, I don't believe even for a second that will go away. I think Congress will approve a permanent increase to those levels. So just be prepared that at some point, I'm trying really hard not to have to increase shipping, but at some point I'm going to have to. I don't know what that means for us yet. I just read about it. Respond with a card and brownies. Remind them how much business you give them. Yeah. Yeah. If it were our local folks, that might work, because I take cookies or treats, popcorn cans, something to our post office people every single year that we've been in business. I think I've done it. I really worry about what this means to our international folks. I haven't seen the international rates yet. They were outrageous to begin with. But we'll do what we have to do, and we'll all get through it. Okay. Got a little bit of glue on top of my lettering that time. And I seem to have just spread it with my... maybe it's straightening up a little bit. And this is not Adorable Scoreable, so I don't want to get my paper behind it too wet. Yeah, so I thought I'd better tell you guys about that. The risk of putting a little dampener on things. And I'm not trying to. You know me, I won't gouge you. It was not my intent to do that. I just have to make sure at the end of the day we make enough money to stay going. And keep going. Where it's really going to hurt the most, really, truly, is in Amazon, where most of the customers in Amazon buy a single item. Our store customers, most of you guys, it's not so bad, but in Amazon, where people are buying a single purchase, that's where it's really, really going to hurt, because then it might be a 40% or 40-cent increase on shipping for a pack of stickers, you know. So, yeah, that's where what I think my response. I'm not sure yet. Like I said, I'm still absorbing the news, but I think my response in Amazon is going to have to be I'll have to take my lowest price items just down on Amazon. I just will decrease or increase the size of my basic offer on Amazon so that I can continue to sell in there with some hope of a profit at the end of the day. Okay, Blessings is done. This one's done. How beautiful is that? I know some of you are waiting for yours to dry. You'll catch up when the time comes. Let's see, the last one we just did is still cooking. I can see from here that the bow is still drying on that one, so we'll set that off to the side. Are you guys, well, let's see, here's another one where we have a bow to tie. I think it's our last bow to tie. Let's just go ahead and do this one while we're at it, so we've got all of our bows. Okay, let's see. We're going to go ahead. Yeah, it's just, that's going to get worse, Alice. It's just going to get worse. What I've done in Amazon is that we just priced our items on Amazon at a level that allowed us to be able to ship without charging further shipping prices, and just tried to make it easy to calculate what your purchase was going to be. So, for example, a $1.99 sheet of stickers became $5.99 on Amazon, and actually I still wasn't quite covering my costs at $4. It was a little bit more than $4 to actually get it out the door, especially when Amazon charges me $1 minimum on everything I sell there. So I was coming up a little bit short on Amazon already, but if they had 40 cents to that, there's no way I can afford to ship a pack of stickers. So it just, it's just going to take some figuring to look at it and decide how best to handle it. But you're going to see it everywhere. Nobody's going to be able to, except maybe Amazon, is going to be able to afford to absorb that much of an increase without increasing some. I'm going to tie a 515 this time. We end up getting a lot of nice store customers from Amazon as a result of being on there, and then people recognize the name, and then they go out and they look at our website, and they end up coming over as a customer from our website. So I like maintaining a presence on Amazon. But really, from a profitability standpoint, it's not profitable to be on Amazon other than as kind of a marketing channel. Because it's just so expensive. I wasn't confident I had all my loops in the right place, so let's see. So I just pulled stuff off my bow maker and started again. But I'm tying a 515 for this one coming up. And get some glue on this and get it drying. These are simple cards we're doing today, but aren't they turning out pretty? I really, really like it. I love the imagery in this set. And I like the way that the little glitter touches just kind of bring out the images. I think they're pretty. That's why, like I said, I started out saying, oh, let me just make up a bunch of ones here and then I'll take the best, and you got them all because I couldn't decide. My indecisiveness created a really big kit for you. There we go. Like my bow. My bow turned out pretty. I'm going to flip this over. The little tail doesn't want to come down, but maybe I just let it go out to the side. Sometimes I kind of let the ribbon do what it wants to do because it ends up looking better if I let it kind of flow. Those of you who came to the banner class on Thursday, didn't Margie do a very good job with her very first online presentation? I thought she did great. She was very, very nervous about it. I don't know if you could tell how nervous she was, but she was highly, highly nervous about being on camera. She was not at all sure she wanted to do that. And yet she did a great job. I don't think you could particularly tell she was nervous. She did a great job. And when you see our videos that we did for the Craftaganza, Margie's in most of them because she helped make the cards. And you guys asked her to talk about her cards, so she did. Okay, got my bow drying there, setting that off to the side. So she came on specifically because you asked her to, which I thought was wonderful of her. And there's a roll of tape too. What's I going to say? She's very conversational in the videos that we shot together looking at the different card samples we did. So I think you're going to enjoy those. There's this one. This is the one we're doing next, guys. In the Craftaganza video, sometimes we get silly, as we so often do. This was the last bow we're making, Kim. And I had this much left, so that probably would have been enough for another double if I wanted to use it on something. So we've done, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bows in total. Is that right? We did this one. Nope, that's the same one. We did this one. That's the same one. Yeah, so I'm counting some stuff twice. We did 1, 2, 3. We just did 3, including this wrap across. So you should have plenty of ribbon to finish what we're doing here. Okay, let's see. So we got this black one out. And this black one, we're going to use one of our American A6, one of the ones out of that Craft Perfect pack. We're going to need our small piece of mirror board. We are going to need the last of our little punch-out circles. Our bow is tying, and I think that's going to be it. Once again, because we are... Look at that. Look at this one, guys. This is the A6 Mary against the Craft Perfect cardstock. And we wanted to leave a little border around it. You can make that border wider if you want to, but it's almost I think I'll trim the width-wise just a little, the depth, the height of it. But it's almost perfect right off. Let's go ahead and glitter this up. While we wait for our bow to dry, we could be waiting for our glitter to dry. We'll just keep our other materials together for the moment. Let's go ahead and put some glitter on this one. See, this is why I have trouble with my tips, because I didn't put my cap back on. Now on this one, I glittered this a little bit differently. This time, I glittered down each of these stems, and I just put a single line, or you can make more lines if you want, but I just kind of put a single line out onto each one of those leaves. I did a little bit on the cluster of berries. I'm not sure I'm going to do that this time because it looks a little heavy here. I think I'm just going to stay with the stems initially. I did do some veining in this maple leaf. I did some veining in this maple leaf down this stem. And I'll do some veining back here. I'm going to skip initially. I think I'll skip the berries, and we'll see what that looks like. Because I think that came in just a little heavy. Hey, is Jordan there? Hello, Jordan. How you doing, my love? We're having a fun day. Today is Jordan's birthday. Happy birthday, Jordan. We're having a Zoom birthday party for Jordan tomorrow. What do you mean, no, it's not? Today's 27th, right? Is it today the 27th? Am I crazy? Or is it tomorrow? Oh, it's the 26th. I'm sorry. Okay, tomorrow is Jordan's birthday. I know what date your birthday is. I just didn't know what today was. Is that better or worse? I'm not sure. You could absolutely, Kim, you could absolutely use your Quickie glue pen for this. In fact, I might do that too. I think that's an inspired notion. Let me get my Quickie glue pen. And I think that's a great idea to try that. Okay, Jordan, I didn't forget when your birthday was. I just forgot what today is. Oh, dear me. So let's see. I got to figure out which one this is for you. This is, you're born in 1996. Are you you can't be turning, are you? No, you're turning 24 tomorrow. Is that right, Jordan? You're 24 tomorrow? You were born in 96, September 27th, 1996. This child was born 3 weeks after her due date. And then she did not want to come into the world. She was quite contrary even then. Her daddy used up all his vacation time as we kept going to the hospital and they kept inducing, and she didn't come. So we had 7 different trips to the hospital before Jordan came into the world. And on the 7th trip, the doctor said, "This is no longer a personal choice, it's now a medical decision. Do you want to have this baby tomorrow, or do you want to wait until Monday?" And I said, "Take this child," because I was sure I didn't want to have had surgery when my new baby got here. But after 7 trips and 58 hours of contractions, I was ready to give up on that whole philosophy of no surgery before my baby got here. And now she's here, and she's just as contrary as one would think she would be. Hi, Jordan. I love you, baby. Oh, yeah, the quickie glue pen works really well on this, Kim. That was a great idea. A great idea. Yeah, way better than the glue bottle would have worked, I think. So I'm just drawing really light veins in these, just enough to kind of spread that glittery color around a bit. You can put as many or as little as you like, whatever you like for the touch of glitter. Yeah, I wasn't so contrarian about it when Lauren was coming at 38 weeks. Jordan, when she was born, was 9 pounds 3 ounces. And at 38 weeks, Lauren was already 8 pounds 15 ounces. And at 38 weeks, they started talking about inducing. And by then I had given up all notion of no surgery. If you had a C-section with the first one, often you end up having one with the second. And I said, let's just not even go that whole induction route. Can you just take this baby, please? So Lauren came into the world early. None of that 3-week late stuff for her. I was 38 with the first one when she was born and 40 with the second one. And it's probably good that we started later in life, because I think I'd have had half a dozen of them. I like being a mom. I had good kids. Very, very good kids. Oh, now see, I'm liking this a lot, guys. Oops, I missed that leaf. I'm going to go back and do that. But I think this looks better than this did. This was a little too clumpy trying to do the berries too. And with just the light veining and kind of outlining a little bit extra on the maple leaves, I really like this. This is beautiful. Isn't it fun playing with all this glitter? It's like coloring for adults. I like coloring too, by the way. I do like that. If you wanted to, on some of these, I outlined the pumpkin in glitter. If you want that extra little touch, that's nice. But I think I like that just like that is. That's pretty. That is very, very pretty. I'm liking that a lot. I got you all busy glittering, so nobody's typing, talking to me. I don't know if I put you all to sleep with my baby regaling or... What you up to, Jordan? Just working? Are you working today, or are you taking it easy? Jordan works at home, and she does commission work doing electronic images. So she uses her art in a different way. Not sleeping, just glittering. Okay, good. Glad to hear at least somebody's still out there. Okay, let's see how we're doing here. I'm going to go ahead and set that off to the side for a second. I'm going to go ahead and trim down. I know I just wanted to trim just a tiny bit on my Mary. So I'm going to trim a little bit there. Maybe just a little bit on the side. And let's see what we get. Oh, I'm liking that. That's just about right. I'll give you some dimensions in case you care. You're gonna do what fits best for you. This was 4 1/4 by right at 6 that I have now. And I'm gonna go ahead and let's see. I suppose this shouldn't take long to dry since we did it with a quickie glue pen. It should be just about dry now. That's one of the things I love about using the quickie glue pen is that it dries so very fast. Okay, this is all dry already. Let's see, I need to get this trimmed down. So my image in the center here is, my black image is 5 1/2 by 4. So I'm going to trim it to that to start with. The tough part's going to be figuring out what I'm willing to give up. That's a tough one. I'm going to give up just a tad behind the pumpkin. What did I just say that was? 5 1/2. So I'm going to have to trim off some of this beautiful foliage that I like. The way it goes, and it was for the other direction, was it not? Kim, taking screenshots every now and then. Good idea. 4. Yep, gotta trim off quite a bit of this beautiful foliage going down. It doesn't look too bad when I looked at the trim off, but it's painful to trim it off. Okay, this should look pretty good. Let's see how this is doing. Oh, wow. I cut my mirror a lot bigger this time than I did before. Now that I see this on here, I think I'm going to trim a little bit more off the side. It looked great on my card, but I'm going to trim a little bit more off the side of my Mary. Cut about that much off and see what we have. That looks better. Okay. Didn't get that brushed off quite good now. There we go. All right. I'm going to put this image on my mirror board. And I'm going to put a little glue around here. Rub it with my finger to make sure I don't get a ridge through my paper. Get that nicely centered on my mirror board. And I like that. That looks good. And wipe my finger off. Get rid of a little of that glitter. Time for a swig of pop. There you go. This is educational television, for sure. Oh, won't go this long. You gotta eat. So I hope some of the rest of you fix some snacks. I will forgive you if you take a little time out, run grab you some dinner and come back. Can always catch us on the rerun. Yeah, I like that. That looks good. So I'm going to go ahead, put some glue in the back of this. There we go. Put this down. My outside borders are a little bit longer, are a little bit wider than my top and bottom margins, but that's fine. It's cute. I like it. Okay. I'm going to put my Grace, which happens to be the one that I'm using this time. I'll raise that up a little bit so I have room for my tails to come down just a tad. I'm going to glue this on here. Smooth that glue just a little. Well, I actually feel better, Jordan, if you're still there. I was kind of feeling guilty. I scheduled this class on top of your birthday. So I'm kind of glad that I was wrong and your birthday is tomorrow. Now I have no guilt. Okay. This is still just a little tacky. I'm going to leave that. I got just a little dot in the middle still finishing. So I'm going to set this card off to dry. We'll put that bow on in a minute. Let's bring this other one in that we did earlier and see how it's doing. I think it's about ready to put on, so I'm going to put my sticker up here. Smooth that out a little bit with my finger. I'm going to put this here. Get my letters reasonably straight. That barbecue grill, that's a challenging one. It really is. I can't believe still I took that on. I have had requests to do more of those, and I actually talked to the people from Dreaming Tree, and they said it was okay as long as we still were in lockdown to put those in kits and send them out. Once the COVID thing settles down, they won't let me do them in kits anymore, but he did say it was okay as long as we still had restrictions on public gatherings, that we could do our classes online. So I appreciated that. So we may still pull one of those out and do them again. Sometimes just so much die cutting to get ready to do one of those. There we go. Here's this card done. Let's see how many we have finished now. I don't even know. I've lost track. There's one. Here's two. Here's three. Here's four. Number 5. And we have the one we just set aside, which will make 6 cards done now. We're doing all right, guys. We've been at it for about 2 hours. A little over 2 hours, huh? 2.5. 2.5 hours. Everybody doing okay? All right. Let's do another one. I think it's time to do one of these ones with the big lettering, don't you? How about one of these? How about fall is here? Let's find that in our stack of images. You know what? This one shows Mary, and I'm out of Mary. Do you guys still have one piece left, or did we not include enough mirror board. It's possible we're one short, but we can alter the pattern just a little. We'll be fine. But it looks like I had a piece of mirror in this one. Do you guys still have a piece of mirror left, or are we out of mirror? It's fine. We could just do it without. I'm out of mine too. Okay, we're just going to do this just with the white border. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It just looks like we miscounted this time, but we're highly adaptable crew. This looks like the one. It was right at the back of my packet. We're doing the pumpkin in the upper left corner. We're going to need one of our US A6s, according to Craft Perfect. We're going to need one of our sheets of alphabet stickers. And since we're not doing the mirror, we can actually probably finish this one before we glitter it, since we won't have Mary on it, right? So let's just go ahead and put this thing completely together. Okay, so we know that this card is 6 1/4 by 4 1/2. So I'm going to start by cutting this image to 6, which it already almost is. I'm going to cut it to 6 by, what was 4 1/2, right? 6 by 4 1/4. That should give me 1/8 of an inch all the way around. Let's see how that looks. I think that's pretty good. I'm going with it. Okay. The pace is good? Okay. Had glitter everywhere? Yep. Yes, ma'am. Oh, it would be fun if we didn't have glitter everywhere. If you could see it close up, I'm sure I have it all over my face, all over my arms. See, I wear a glittery shirt, then you can't tell I have glitter all over my shirt. We're messy but happy crafters, aren't we? Oh. My mother will tell you I was born messy and never changed. I gotta go see my mom. I'm missing my mom. This COVID thing, we've tried to kind of maintain even with my mom because we live out of town from where she is, and we had more COVID here than they had. Even though I don't go out, and I probably would be a really low risk, we've just tried to do the whole social distancing thing even with my mom, and I don't know, I think I need to see my mom. I can go up, wear a mask, and still stay 6 feet away, but I think I gotta see my mom. Okay, well, how was that for a mournful moment? My mom is great. I'm so proud of my mom. You know, my dad passed away quite a few years ago now. I guess it was like 2005, 2006. And I was so worried about my mom because my dad kind of did, you know, she's in that era where my dad did everything. You know, he paid the bills and he was always the breadwinner, and my mom had never worked outside the home and was kind of that generation, you know, and I wondered how she would do, you know, was she going to be okay? And I gotta tell you, my mom is tough. It's just like she said, okay, she tightened up her bootstraps and she said, here we go, a new adventure. I gotta figure out how to do all this stuff. So she'd call me and she'd say, okay, tires. I've decided I need tires. What do I do? Well, we have a chain of tire stores out here that I like and respect called Les Schwab. And I said, you go to Les Schwab and you say, give me some prices. I don't want the top. I don't want the bottom. Pick the one right out of the middle. And she said, okay. So she went and bought tires for her first time. And she had to learn to pump gas. And she had to, it was just so much she had to learn to do. And, she has just done it. She has just done it. I am so remarkably proud of her. Then a few years ago, she experienced breast cancer. And that was terrifying, as it is for so many people. And once again, there was never a whimper from my mom. She just said, okay, I'm going to beat this thing. And she did. She did. I was sitting with her in one of her chemo appointments one day, and I was teasing with the nurse, and I said, she's a tough old bird. My mom has never let me forget that I called her a tough old bird. I think she kind of liked it. I tell you, she was a tough mom growing up, for sure. Can you guys see what I was doing there? I was taking my little flat edge ruler, and I'm just kind of gauging, getting my straight line and peeling and going above the line. I was telling my story instead of talking, talking through what I was doing. But that's kind of how I'm doing it, guys, is just kind of getting an eye to where I want my next line to be. And I'm then just, it's kind of a guesstimating game. I'm really truly not measuring. I'm just using my ruler as a straight edge to get my lettering on straight. And if I don't like it once I've got it on, I will move it. Wow. There you go. Alice, your mom was a hero. That's remarkable. My mom is now, let's see. I am 61. That makes my sister 62, and that makes my mom 82. My mom's 82 now. But she is just tough. And I just didn't know how she was going to do, but she is remarkable. I'm so very proud of her. I can't even tell you how proud I am of her. I think I'll come this way. I think I was getting that a little too far off. So I'm coming this way a little bit. And let's see. And I'll put this here. I like that. And now I'm going up a little bit further. Gonna kind of try and gauge where I want my fall. It may end up being too high, and I may end up moving everything down. But the beautiful thing about these stickers is as long as you are moving them relatively soon, they'll peel right back up and move really easily. I do like these big letters. I think these big letters are fun. Yeah, I think it might be a little high here. I might have to come down, but let me just see what it looks like. I'm going to stick them all on here. I'll see what it looks like, and then I'll move them down if I need to. Because it's really quite a lot easier to move them once they're on than it is to gauge where to put them to begin with. I always worry about running out of room at the bottom. That's why I started at the bottom and worked my way up, because I don't want to run out of room when they have such large stickers. This might be okay though. I think I might leave it right where it is. Oh, your parents died 33 days apart. Oh my gosh. That had to be really difficult. Really difficult. What do you guys think? It's a little high, but you know, I think it's okay. I think I'm going to leave it right there. I'm going to give you guys a little extra time to get these in because yeah, Andrea, your mom and my mom sound an awful lot alike. Yeah, not much difference in their ages. And yeah, I think I'm going to leave it right there. I kind of like it. And you know, I think I'm going to go with Kim's recommendation. And once again, I think I'll use the Quickie glue pen on this one because we don't have like the curly cues that are heavier or the spots. I think that this is well suited to the Quickie glue pen. So I think that's what I'll use to put my glitter on this time. That was a really good suggestion, Kim. Thank you for keeping those coming. I like it. Okay. And let's get some glitter on here. Okay, gonna start with these vines at the back here, and I'm just gonna draw a line down my stems. And I'm gonna draw at least one line up onto my leaves. I'll look at that and then see if I want more. If I want more, I'll put some more in. Sometimes it's just a matter of getting a few basic accents in there, isn't it? Oh, hello. And over the last 15 years, my mom's done so many things now. Now she's purchased a car. I went with her to buy the car, but she's been through the process of purchasing her car. She takes her car in for maintenance, and she got to a point where she doesn't drive at night now, which I appreciate. I think that's good judgment because her vision's not everything it used to be, but she does fine during the day. She doesn't go out much, though, especially in the age of COVID. She pretty much stays home. But she can go, and she does still have the ability to drive. My nephew's epileptic, and he doesn't, if he's had a seizure, he can't drive himself to different things. He has to rely on somebody for transportation. So it's kind of nice that my sister lives right next door to my mom, and she and my brother-in-law both work, so she can get Josh back and forth to his appointments and that kind of thing. And she has him for company, and it works well for both of them. I'm liking how this is looking, guys. It's pretty. You guys ever have trouble keeping your hands out of your wet glitter? Sometimes I get all carried away with what I'm doing and forget where I've glittered. Put my hand in it. I think we probably all do that sometimes. Okay, next up, I'm going to outline this pumpkin. Just a little outline all the way around him. I'm going to outline around the stem, and then I'm just going to follow those veins down. Yeah, I wouldn't have stayed away from my mom if it weren't that my sister lives right next door. I would have been up there, and she only lives 60 miles from here. It's not a terrible commute. I mean, it's just a couple hours round trip to run up and see her, and I've been very good about it until this COVID thing, but I just felt like the less people she was around, the better, and he said we had more of it here, so I felt like I needed to stay away, but I don't know. Today I'm just kind of getting the the notion I need to go. Jordan called me the other day. I don't know if she's still on. And she said, I just needed to talk to my mom. Just needed to hear my mom's voice today. I'm kind of feeling like that today. Just got to talk to my mom. Just got to hear her voice. Know she's okay and all's well in her world. I'm sure it does, Diane. I'm sure that does give you a lot of peace to know that they're together. Yeah, I was very, very close to my dad, and I took it hard, very hard, when my dad passed. But we had time to prepare. We knew his was coming, because he'd been given 3. That could have been a disaster if the bottle was fuller, but it wasn't, so whew. I did manage to dump the whole thing. That was good. But yeah, I think the only thing more difficult than the loss of a parent must be the loss of a child. Thank God I have not had to deal with that, but I have great empathy for those who have dealt with that, because I can't imagine how difficult that would be. I really, 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 really like this one. It shouldn't take more than just a minute for this to dry. How's everybody doing with the lettering? You guys all doing okay with the lettering? Should be drying. It dries so fast with the quickie glue pen. I'm going to go ahead and brush my extra glitter off. Let me hold this up to the camera for those of you who are doing your kits later. I hope I've been doing enough of that. At the end we can recap and hold them all up again if that would be helpful to you, if you're not finishing them all now. Love it! Great. That's okay, Betty. Sometimes legible is the is the immediate goal. It takes a little bit to get used to putting these great big letters on, but somehow the pumpkins were big and substantial. I thought the big lettering just worked with these. That's funny though. Okay, that's another one done, guys. Woohoo! Look at us go. Just look at us go. That's finished. We have this one we set aside here earlier. Let's see how this is doing. Everything's already glued down on that one. It just needs its bow. I think I'll put its bow on. Oh, I got those loops on this bow nice and tacky. They just stick into my fingers all over the place. Spread those out a little bit where I want them. That looks pretty. Trim these tails up just a tad. Haven't talked about it recently. Let me just tell you again. These are my cheap scissors. They actually cut ribbon better than my good scissors do. Every time I sit down to craft, I just run them a couple stripes through my Fiskars scissor sharpener, and that's all it takes to keep them cutting just beautifully. If you don't have one of these, it's worth the investment. You can buy cheap scissors, but get yourself a good scissor sharpener. You can. Okay, I've heard you can do letters similar to the way you do tape flags with half of the letter on non-stick paper. That makes some sense. That makes some sense, Kim. I haven't tried it, but I can imagine that that would work. Okay, so let's see, that was this one. Seven cards finished. You guys ready to do this pretty one right here? Let's do this one. We haven't backed a butterfly in minutes. Let's do it. Do have to have a swig of pop though. Time for a little refill of my refreshment. Okay, let's do this pretty blue and white one. I think this is gorgeous. Okay, let's see here. What do we need to do? We need to find that blue and white one. This is the lower right-hand corner. That's left. There it is. Excuse me. A little tickle in my throat. Must be a little smoke in the air. Okay. For this one, we're going to, when our supplies pack it out again, we're going to find that blue die cut blessings. There it is. Isn't that a pretty thing? Oh my gosh, it's pretty. And we're going to need a couple butterflies. We're going to need our blue scrap paper to back those butterflies. We're going to do a little sprinkling of glitter. I think with this one, because we're doing those pumpkin vines, I may go back to my glitter bottle so I have a little heavier line. Or you could do lots of lines with your quickie glue pen. Whatever suits your fancy. We're going to need one of our USA 6 cards from our Craft Perfect pack. And you know, we didn't back this with anything, so we're just going to cover our card. You are correct. I have to be very careful with the pop bottles under the desk when Teddy's in here. Because he looks at that pop bottle and he says, "It's my toy." I've had to catch him when he had like half a bottle of pop and he was trying to get the pop bottle. No, it's still mine. Yes. Teddy is a menace, but he is just such a cute menace. Okay. I'm covering my card with this beautiful white pumpkin. It's so pretty with the white and the blue leaves. Beautiful. There we go. Alrighty. Okay, here we go. And we'll trim this up from the back. We got that beautiful pumpkin going here. I think I'm going to go ahead and put my blessings and my butterflies on and glitter it last. And that way, it will be done when we just brush off the extra glitter. So I'm going to go ahead and put my blessings down first. I found that using this first pack of, or some of you have blue paper from Hunky Dory. Most of you have blue paper from Nouveau. I learned something interesting about our glitter paper when I was die cutting all these blessings. The Nouveau die cut wonderfully. It was great. It was just like cutting on, I don't know if you've ever die cut on mirror board, but mirror board die cuts are just super easy and the material just works really well for that. I found that to be true of the Nouveau glitter paper. The Diamond Sparkles glitter paper from Hunky Dory, great for layering, not as great for die cutting. So, hi Adeline, welcome, welcome. It's good to see you, new friend. We love to be joined by new crafty friends. Okay, so yeah, that was my experience. Nouveau glitter paper, perfect for die cutting. Hunky Dory Diamond Sparkles cardstock. Now I think it might be totally different with the Diamond Sparkles in the roll that's self-adhesive. I think that would be great for die cutting. Cardstock, not so much when I had a delicate die cut like this Blessings die. I had to make 3 for every one that turned out on the Hunky Dory Diamond Sparkles. So there you go. From the For What It's Worth department, my recommendation is the Nouveau stuff for for your die cutting intricate dies. There's Bryce coming in.
How's it going?
It's going great. We're on card number 8. We'll be halfway with this one.
Oh dear. Well, it's 5 o'clock.
Yeah. Yeah,
Marathon.
it's a marathon.
You still have people on the stream?
I still have lots of people. We have 26 folks online right now.
Yes. All right. Well, Lauren and I are almost done staining Grandpa's deck.
I saw that.
We're just doing the deck boards next.
Can you hear you? You should speak up loud enough they could hear you. No. Bryce was just checking in to see how we were doing. Adeline, I'm Debbie, and I am from Tigard, Oregon, right outside Portland. No, we're not burning up, no matter what you hear on the news, either from the fires or from the protesters, although we have plenty of both. Yeah, so we're outside Portland in the beautiful Pacific Northwest. It's interesting, Diane, with the cardstock between the Hunky Dory and the Nouveau. The Nouveau is just as thick as the Hunky Dory is. It's just the nature of how they manufactured it. The Hunky Dory came apart in pieces as I tried to get it out of the die, but the Nouveau pulled right out. So, yeah, we're safe. We're safe. We're a little smoky now and again. I was saying that we've been having some rain, and that has really cleared our air, but it's been sunshiny now for a day or so, and some of the smoke is kind of settling back in. So if I sound a little a little gravelly, I have tons of allergies and I always sound gravelly, but I am more so when it's smoky out. So I think we're getting a little smoke today. But just as we've done before, guys, I put a little bit of glue on the back of my butterfly before I stuck him down, because that's a much better use of time than peeling it back off and re-gluing it or gluing it later. So I've got that one. I'm going to let that dry for a second. Since I'm going to do 2, I might as well get the other one drying while cutting out the other one while that one is drying. No, well, yes and no. Diane, we're not getting a lot of new fires, which is good. But until we get the heavy fall rain, all that happens is that it assists the firemen in getting containment lines around the fire. People don't put the fires out. Nature puts the fires out because they're up in those tall trees and that's how they spread. They can do a little bit of firefighting from the ground and they can get the little bush fires and stuff out. This is one of the Craft Perfect Marriott's, the one out of the package. It's what they're calling USA 6, this card. The fire, it can make it easier on the firefighters when the weather settles down and it rains, it's not so hot. And they can get the little bush fires out on the ground, but they can't put out a true forest fire. A forest fire is only put out by nature. And so those fires in Oregon that are the big fires burning throughout the state and the big ones in California probably won't go out until some rains come. So that's not fun, is it? But it's the way of things. And we've still got fires burning literally on every side of us, which sounds terrible. It sounds like we're in jeopardy, but it's miles and miles away on every side of us. The bad part is just we get the smoke, because no matter which way the wind's blowing, we're getting smoke from one of them. So, yeah, that's what's happening in Oregon. And yep, we got lots of... Oregon is inherently left-leaning politically. It just is the way of things. So we have had lots and lots of left-leaning protests. But today we have 3 different groups of right-wing protesters that have arrived in the city. And that's keeping the police jumping, running from group to group, trying to keep that all crazy. So, yeah, it's an interesting time to be in Oregon. All right, let's see. We're bending our butterflies on each side of the thorax, creating kind of a flat space on the bottom of our butterfly to put our glue. And we're bending our wings back a little bit to give them the nice texture that we like in our butterflies. We're going to put glue along the flat side here. Yeah. Yeah. Mary, I was hearing that they actually got some of the Pacific Northwest fire smoke in Europe too. Isn't that crazy? And it just kind of gets into the upper atmosphere and travels around the world. That's nuts. I've often said we needed to increase imports to Europe. That wasn't quite what I had in mind. Okay, here we go. We got 2 butterflies. I'm going to put the other butterfly kind of going a different direction. Bring him down here in this big open area. This is so pretty. I love this paper. Love it. Okay, let my butterfly sit there for just a second, kind of get a little bit bonded. And then I'll put him a little lower. I think I want to raise him just a bit because I want to get to that vine underneath him. I raised him up just a little bit. Okay, I think it's ready to glitter. Ready to glitter. I'm using my glue bottle this time because I want a little heavier glue line to put my glitter on the vines. And I'm going to start up here, and I'm just going to, this time I'm only going to glitter my pumpkin vines. Feel free to do whatever you like, guys, whatever strikes your creativity, because what strikes mine may not be the same for you. So feel free to glitter whatever suits your fancy. I'm just telling you what I did. And again, you know, nobody's going to be taking a magnifying glass to your project to see if your glitter exactly follows the line. Just kind of let your glitter be free-flowing a little bit. So I don't necessarily cover up every single line. It might be really heavy if I did that. I'm just kind of trying to kind of follow the little swirls. Little swirlies. There's something just freeing about doing these. Just swirls, glitter. I guess I'm easily entertained. Okay, and I get a little bit down here at the bottom. One thing about using this glue bottle is the glue doesn't dry as fast, but the good part of that is that I can just kind of glitter the whole thing at one time. I don't need to keep going back and forth. I'm presuming you guys still have lots and lots of glitter in your packs. I like it. I'm going to set this aside. Let that dry good. Just looking to see if I missed anything major. I see one swirly down here I didn't get. I'll get that real quickly. I think everything else looks pretty good. A little bit there. If you happen to be interested in getting the kit for what we're working on at Adelaide, there's a link in the description to this video where you can get the kit. You're under no pressure whatsoever to do that. I just want you to know there is a way to do that. Yes, like the Bob Ross thing. Happy little swirls. Happy trees. But there is a link in the description where you can get it if you're interested. If you're interested in knowing when we're doing our ultra fun crafting classes, you can sign up for our newsletter if you want to. Once again, there's a link in the description to this video for where you can go to get the newsletter, and that will tell you what we have coming up and when. As well as after each of these classes, I sent out a newsletter that links all the products that we used. We're using a kit to do our actual class, but sometimes people want more of something that we've included in the class kit. So we make sure that we link those so that you can access more of that if you want it. Okie dokie, let's go to this one. We just did one of those with the big letters a second ago. You loved it so much, let's do it again. Let's do give thanks this time. And we have a little fussy cutting to do here. In your stack of images, we should have the upper right pumpkin. So let's find that one on the upper right, this one. Let's also find, you should have this sheet right here. This is what I gave you to do fussy cutting from. But you're welcome to join us anytime. We actually do this twice a week. We do every Saturday. We do what we call our craft class. In craft classes, we don't focus on anything including stamping or ink. It's mostly die cutting, layering, using hunky-dory kits and the like. And then on Thursdays, we incorporate into that mix, it might be anything, but we incorporate into that mix our inks and stamps, and we do a stamping group. Now, depending on your leaves, you may not have this very leaf right here. It could be on one of your trim-offs. Feel free to grab it from there. But I think I'm going to take these two leaves right here, and I'm going to put them behind my give thanks. That's what I'm going to do, I believe. I'm not sure I really want to use an orange one because this doesn't have a lot of orange in it. And I don't think I want to use, where did my other border piece go? We just had that out, didn't we? Did I just have that out? No, there it is. You're going to want this border too, guys. You have like this little 1-inch strip of this gray background. But I don't have any orange on this one, so I don't think I want to use the orange leaf. And the white one wouldn't really show. So I'm going to cut out this one. I'm going to just quickly fussy cut that. I'm not going to get all weirded out by making sure that it's absolutely perfect. I'm just going to kind of just cut it out. I love my cutter bees for jobs like this. I either use my cutter bee scissors or I use these little ones that we put in the dot and do kit. These are really good for this sort of thing too. These little ones are only like $3 and something a pair, so the little pink ones. I'm just spoiled with my cutter bees. I do love these scissors, so that's usually my scissor of choice, but I use the others too. I keep them both handy. I'm just going to rough cut around the rest of this so that I don't have to hold this whole sheet while I'm cutting. I think I'll keep that till I'm done in case I want that orange leaf or white leaf or something. I don't think, since I'm using this bigger leaf, I don't think I'll put it up on foam squares like I did in my sample, because I want to put my letters right over the top of it. Hello, James. How you doing, friend? Listen to my voice crack there. We are just having a really grand time glittering and making messes together. You're tired? I'm sorry you're tired. Is Margie working you too hard? She's a slave driver, that one. I was working on finishing up the classes for this coming week the other night. And she said, I mean, I hadn't even put the supplies away yet. I was still glorying in the fact that I had them done. And she said, okay, what's next? I said, what? What do you mean, what? Oh, no. The kitty's helping you, huh? Oh. She said, Brittany's not here, so I'm taking over Brittany's job of making you toe the mark. I said, okay. And then I promptly said, I have no idea what's next. I'll let you know when I figure it out. Is she building under the deck today? Margie's building a deck she designed herself. And she's a pretty amazing lady. I don't do that stuff. Yeah. That she told you all about how she was bugging me in Brittany's absence, huh? Well, Brittany got the week off, so somebody had to harass me, and that was Margie's job this week. They do a pretty good job of keeping me on the straight and narrow, guys. No matter how I try to fight my way out of being organized, they are constantly organizing my time, which is great because I need all the help I can get. Okay, I got my fussy cutting on my leaves done. I kept them together, Alice. This is what I've got. And what I thought I'd do is kind of fan mine out like this and then start the letters right over the top. So I didn't worry too much about the black in between the two leaves. I thought that I would just start my letters right there. And I'm just going to glue these flat down once I get this cut down to the right size. So we're going to get another one of those US A6 cards out, guys. Now remember, some of these are going to be a little short because I cut these to for the European A6. Then I decided to give you these cards instead. So just trim a little bit off the edge. It's okay. It won't hurt a thing. They'll fit your envelopes just fine. You want to cut these to 6 inches. So I'm going to put this here. We're not matting this one at all. We're just going straight to the paper. So I'm going to do that. Let's go ahead and get some tape lines down here. Three lines of tape, one in the middle to hold it firm, one on either edge to hold the edges down nicely. I don't worry if those tape lines are straight. It doesn't matter, it's underneath. I pull this tape up and expose my adhesive. And I'm going to match this to the top of my card. Making sure I get that fold line covered good. Anything else can be trimmed, but you want to make sure that fold line's covered good. Got a pretty good match up that time. Doesn't look like I need to do any repairs, so I'm going to flip it over and just cut the extra paper off. Now, before we put down our other elements, I think we want to go ahead and put this border at the bottom. Now, I'm going to, I think, just put a piece of tape on here. I want that border to be about 5/8 of an inch, maybe. Somewhere between 1/2 and 3/4 of an inch. And I'm saying 5/8. So I just put a piece of tape on it. I'm going to put it where I want it to go here. And then I'm just going to trim off the extra. That's what I'm going to do. I do like, I cut this here. These are all going to be different because they were cut from different pieces in the paper. I like that pumpkin there. So now that I did that, I'm actually going to trim this top off a little bit. Which means I'll waste a little tape, but oh well. Because I need that pumpkin to show. I've just decided that it must be done. Well, turn that on, make sure I'm getting a reasonably straight cut here. Yeah, I like that little solid pumpkin. I want him. So now I'll put another piece of tape on. Bye, James. See ya. Thanks for stopping by. He's a very nice guy. That's just a nice family right there. Good family. Haven't seen Zoe today. She might be out there watching. I don't know. Zoe, just in case. Hi, Zoe. Just in case. Okay. So that ends up being a little wider than I said, but I really wanted that little pumpkin to show. So you can just pick out which elements you like and cut it to fit. But I did like the accent border on the bottom of this one. So that's why we got that extra little strip, because I just thought it was fun to do something a little different with this one. You no longer need any of the trim strips off of that. I'm going to take these leaves and I'm going to glue them right about here, and then I'm going to start my lettering right over the top of those leaves. So I'm going to put some glue down here. Now, one thing I do expect, and I'll just tell you that before you glue yours on top, just so you're not disappointed, I do expect that since the lettering is light and it's going to go over an extra layer, I will have a little bit of ridge in the letters that go right over the top of this. If that bugs you, then you might want to not do it this way. You know what I mean? You'll get a little bit of ridge in those letters because they're big, solid letters, and yet they're not heavyweight. So it's not going to sit up over the cardstock. It's going to kind of meld into it. And that means I'm going to get a little bit of ridge on my G and maybe my I. I got my pack of stickers out here. Let's see if I have all these letters. G-I-V-E-T-H-A. Okay. I got enough on this sheet. Okay. So I'm going to start putting my lettering down. And let's get my G. Let's see, do I want my thanks on first? I think I'm going to put my thanks on first. Now this time I don't think I necessarily have to run my straight edge over, because I actually have kind of a straight edge to compare to, right? I am going to start them pretty far to the left. I think you'll find, I'm not certain, but I think you'll find it's a little easier to put the letters down this time because you get a little practice on the first one. Yeah, I'm finding that too, Alice. I tend to start at the bottom because it's terribly frustrating when you get to the bottom and you run out of room and then you have to kind of heal everything. But if you start at the bottom and work your way up, it does work a little easier. Now I am going to put my straight line up here. I'm going to kind of gauge it against my thanks, how much room I want above that, and I'm putting my straight line back down so that I have something to rest my lettering on. I think maybe I'm looking at my sample. I actually had quite a bit of room between the two rows of letters, so I think I'm going to go a little bit higher right to the edge of my leaves I just glued down. And I'm going to put my G right here. So I'm covering up some of that. I didn't actually cover it up though. I was going to say I was going to cover up some of that black space, but There. Yeah, I did though. So that's where my letters are going to go right there. And I'll show you what I mean by the little creasing in the letters here. It's not going to bother me. If it will bother you, you might want to think twice about whether you want to glue those leaves down right there or save them for something different. Just that you'll just see kind of some bulk under those letters. I think it'll be fine though. I just wanted you to know it wasn't surprising me if that happens, because that's what happens with these kinds of stickers. See here? I get just a little bit of bulk showing under my letters. Can you tell that? Get it up where you can see it more. Can you see what I'm talking about? I'm trying to make it show in the light, but maybe if I lay it back, yeah, you can see it a little bit more when I lay it back. See there? That little ripple under my letters, that's because I'm going over the top of the paper. If it bugs you, don't do it. If it doesn't bug you, go ahead. Okay. And let's do some glittering. I'm going back to the Quickie glue pen because that works really well for these fine lines. And I'm just going back to my lining the major stems. Just doing a line out to the end of each of those leaves. There we go. Stems. I think I'm going to vein these leaves just a little. Why not? Not all the little spokes, just a little bit on there. Why not? Sometimes it's the best answer I have. Why do I do it? Because I can. Okay, there's the hazards of our marathon class. Batteries died. We have to go from one device to the next. So I said we'd hang on as long as we had batteries or as long as I had a cameraman. Well, I told the cameraman as long as everything was behaving, he didn't have to stay in with us. He could go wander and do the things he wanted to do, which he's doing, and that's fine. For the most part, the cameras are behaving. And because I was afraid that out of the conditions we gave ourselves for this class, that we'd stay as long as the batteries lasted on the camera, as long as the cameraman lasted, as long as interest wasn't waning, or until we finished the cards. I was afraid the one that was going to give out was the cameraman. But it's all worked out well with him wandering off to do his own thing. So that's good. I got quite a bit on there this time, but I think a bunch of that will come off. I do like these little veins here. I think it's actually just a really light leaf, but that's pretty. You're going to have a nice collection of fall cards. Remember, though, these don't all have to. I mean, a few of them actually have greetings that make them Thanksgiving cards, but some of these would be great for birthdays and other occasions in the fall too, wouldn't they? I'm going to come up these stems, and I'm only going to do the stems, not the berries. But and I'm going to come up here, do that blue stem. Come under here, do some of this veining in the blue pumpkin. Up here, I may be pushing it with the amount of time I'm letting my glue sit here. Might have to re-glue a little of this because I kind of got really carried away with the amount of gluing I was doing at one time there. This quickie glue pen dries really fast. So I'll just do it again. Oh, it actually looks pretty good. All right, let's see. I see one vine coming down here I haven't done yet. I'll do that. And I think I'm pretty good. I think I might stop there. I did put a little bit of, maybe I'll outline my pumpkin because I did do that on my sample card. They grow some of the biggest pumpkins here in the Pacific Northwest. In fact, not always, but often we win the big pumpkin competitions with the pumpkins from around here. They grow some immense ones because we get a lot of rain usually. So we get big pumpkins. Not the kind you'd put on your porch, the kind that win competitions and weigh 1,000 pounds. There we go. It looks pretty good. Bring that line up a little bit to the center. Okay. All right. Okay. What are some of your claims to fame? Oregon, we're famous right now. We're famous for things we don't want to be famous for. Let's see. Right now we're famous. We're always famous for big trees and for rain. Those are not bad things. Those are good things. That's why we love Oregon. We grow big pumpkins here. We export lots and lots of lumber. A little famous for some of our lumberjacks. That's not a bad thing either. Let's see, fishing. You get a lot of seafood off the Oregon coast. We're kind of famous for that. What are some of the things that are big where you guys come from? My glitter was getting a little out of control there. Hi, Pat. Hey, good deal. I think we're halfway. I think this was number 8 we just set off to dry. And I think it's not going to take long because I did this with a quickie glue pen. So I think we're going to be able to brush off a couple of these here and head into the second half. In fact, I think I'm going to try it now because it doesn't take any time for those quickie glue pens to dry. Which was, again, a great suggestion, Kim. Thank you for that. And kind of get into the zone of what we're doing and not think there's an easier way sometimes. Okay, there's this one done. You can see the nice Georgia peanuts. Love me some Georgia peanuts. I love peaches too. Seneca Falls, New York, birthplace of women's rights. There you go, Diane. Excellent. We're at 10? Is that right? We're at 10 cards now? Well, yay. Look at us go. Let's just get into production and... Oh, Kim, crabs and French fries with Old Bay seasoning, black-eyed Susans, Baltimore Ravens, Orioles, Chesapeake Bay. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. We have, oh, wow. We have a crock pot for peanuts only. That's funny. Oklahoma, tornadoes. Oh, and barbecue. I'll keep the barbecue. You can keep the tornadoes. Okay, give thanks is done. And let's see. We've got this blessings card should be done. I'm going to brush it off. And Oklahoma, yeah. I forgot to say we had the Portland Trail Blazers. We do love our basketball out here. And we claim we don't have a baseball team, or not a professional baseball team, so we claim a football team, football team, so we claim the Seahawks, Seattle Seahawks. They're not really ours, but we claim them. You talk to anybody, you'll find out that the Seahawks are really super popular here. They go into mourning when they lose. Cactus, cotton, and the Grand Canyon. Look at this. We all have so many fun things. This is a great country, isn't it? We just have so many blessings in this country. It's easy to forget about them and all the noise, political noise of an election year, all the COVID stuff. It's easy to forget how blessed we are, but we are truly blessed in this country. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You are absolutely correct. We have 9 done. We're going into number 10. Woohoo! Look at us go. Atlanta Coca-Cola Museum. Is that where's the home of Coke? That should be like a national monument or something, the home of Coca-Cola. I do so love my Diet Coke. All right. Let's see. What do we want to do next? Oh, we need to do some glittery borders. We got one more to do before glittery borders. Let's do autumn, and then we'll really get messy and get our glittery borders out. Florida sunshine, citrus fruits, more sunshine, Mickey Mouse and sunshine. I love it, Alice. You forgot to mention there's a hurricane or two in there. If I have to claim the Portland riots, you got to claim the hurricanes too. But you do get lots of Florida sunshine. Kentucky, the Derby, bluegrass. Kentucky Fried Chicken. Well, there's nothing wrong with that place right there either. Okay, hurricanes, he says. Oh, I love you guys. You're so much fun. Alrighty. Let's find this one. It should be getting easier and easier to find stuff in your stack as our stack gets smaller and smaller, huh? There it is, right there. This is another one of those spotted pumpkins. I love these. Let's do our lettering first again. And then we will go ahead and glitter that up. This should be a pretty quick card to do. All right. I think that's going to be 6 inches wide, so we're going to trim that card a little again. You guys don't mind that we have to trim these up a little bit, do you? Like I said, just kind of trying to watch out for your budgets a little bit. By grabbing the full packs, it was a much more cost-effective thing for you. So I'm just watching your budgets. Let's see. I love this discussion. That was a fun conversation line to start. I love that. We're still Southern enough to love sweet tea, grits, and good old country cooking. My grandma was from North Carolina. I know all about grits and good old country cooking. Man, she made the best cornbread. Holy cow, that was good stuff. I missed that. I miss my grandma. Is that funny how you kind of equate some people with food items? But my grandma, she could cook. She could cook. Okay. Peeling off my extra tape here. And get that paper out of the way. I'm going to match this card up. Looks like the top of the card's going to have to get trimmed just a little, so I'm going to match to the bottom this time. And I'm going to trim off the extra black at the top. Okay, there we go. I'm going to put down my autumn lettering, I think, next, so I don't have to reach over it. U, T, U, M, N. I'm going to get all this lettering. I think you guys actually got an... No, there's a good things coming up. Never mind, I was going to say, I may have just given you an extra sheet of stickers, but I didn't, because we have another one coming up that we wanted letters for. I want my ruler back. I need my ruler. I'm uncertain sticking this without a line to go by. Starting about maybe 1/3 of an inch from the margin. And about 1/4 of an inch from the top with the top of my letter. So maybe an inch or so, a little more than an inch down. Are these letters getting easier? Your grandma lived to be 100 years old, grew her own food, butchered her own meat, and way up in her 90s. My grandma, the same one I told you that was the good cook, she was tough too. She was my dad's mom. And for her 86th birthday, I'll never forget it, she said that she wanted a riding lawnmower and an electric chainsaw because the gas-fired chainsaw was getting a little too heavy to trim her trees. Oh, I'll never forget that. And she worked until she was, not because she had to, but because she wanted to. She worked until she was in her late 80s, taking care of old people so they could live at home. Because for years she cooked in a nursing home and she hated that place. She just hated it. It wasn't one of the nicer nursing homes. And she hated it, and she never wanted anybody that she loved to have to go there. So she worked up until she was in her late 80s, taking care of old people. And she also had a huge garden. And one year she won an award from the food bank for donating 1,000 pounds of food in a single season to the food bank. And she was doing that when she was older too. So I come from some tough stock. Of course, her modus operandi in getting the riding lawnmower was that once she had it, then she convinced my dad he wanted to run it around her yard. But she still said she wanted a riding lawnmower and an electric chainsaw. I'll never forget that. It's so funny. She was tough too. My U's a little high. I gotta fix it. And I looked at it. It just didn't look right. She she lived by herself, and that's the way she wanted it. And I mean, my parents offered to have her move in there, and she said nope. She liked her independence, and she'd live out her life at home. But she lived next to some railroad tracks. Well, I have to tell you a different story first. I have to tell you that She got in trouble once because it was a possum getting into her garbage and she shot the possum. She took a gun out, she shot it. And then the police came to visit and said, you really shouldn't be discharging a firearm in city limits. So she apologized and they didn't give her a ticket or haul her off to jail. They just gave her a warning. So a couple of weeks later, she lived near the railroad tracks and there were people who would hop the trains, and there were quite a few vagrants that traveled along this street in front of her house. The railroad tracks were on one side of the street and her house was on the other, and they would hop the trains and get off there and they'd kind of wander around, and sometimes, people who had mental problems and other things would be out wandering. And she had one of those people who came up on her porch late one evening and they knocked and she chose not to answer. Good decision. And they knocked again and she chose not to answer, and then they started just banging on the door and it scared her. So she went and got her gun and she called 911 and she said, there's somebody on my porch. And they said, is he trying to get in? She said, I don't know, but it's really scaring me. I'm afraid he'll try to get in. And they said, well, we don't have anybody available right this minute, but we'll send somebody out as soon as we do. Just take it easy. She said, well, you just need to know I have a gun, and if he comes in, I'm going to shoot him. About that time, they pull her up on their record. They see this woman's already been cited for discharge of a firearm in city limits. There was a police officer there like in 3 minutes flat. They didn't want to take a chance. They knew she was serious. She would shoot him. Oh my. Yeah, I come from some interesting stock. Is it any wonder I'm kind of crazy, guys? That was my grandma. She was a character. Oh my gosh, I loved her. Strong woman. Strong woman. Okay, it's time to glitter. Oh. She got into it sometime. I'm telling you, she was a character. Oh my gosh. Gun of choice. It was a pistol. I don't know what it was. It was a pistol she had. Yeah. She wasn't afraid to use it. Oh my gosh. Yep. Then there was the time she was also a landlady. She had several rental properties around in the area. And this was long before they ever considered making marijuana legal in Washington and Oregon. I think my grandma would roll over in her grave about that now. But she and my Aunt Mabel rented a house from her. And they had one house that was near the street, and then she had a second rental unit that was in behind that house. So they were pretty close neighbors. And my grandma and her sister Mabel decided that they thought that the renter in back was dealing drugs. So she wasn't sure, but she was sure it was that pot, that pot. Only I can't say it in the southern accent that she did. My pot. It's drugs and all these druggies. And boy, she had some real strong opinions on that topic. And anyway, they waited until the renter left one day. And this is not in keeping with renters' rights and the like. I know that. Grandma's long gone. Way too late for him to sue her. Yeah, they waited until the renter left one day. And then they went and they pulled off the the vent cover to under the house. And evidently this was the house sat up a ways and there was quite a crawl space underneath. And sure enough, if she didn't find grow lights and a fairly sophisticated drug growing system under that house. But bear in mind, here's my elderly grandmother and her older sister out there crawling around and looking under this guy's house for drug paraphernalia. She was a wild thing, I'm telling you. I come from seriously disturbed stock. Oh my. Oh, I don't remember whatever happened with that. I think she evicted him and figured the rest was the police's problem, but yeah, no kidding. Because it's the two old ladies that would have gotten arrested. I think she just chose to evict him. But crazy. Crazy. My dad would just shake his head, you know, like Bryce is with me, but I'm not that crazy. Bryce just shakes his head at me sometimes, though, guys. He knew my grandma, but he didn't know her as well because she lived for a few years after we got married. But he did know her, and she was funny. My grandmother decided that she liked Bryce when I brought him home. Now, I was in my late 30s when Bryce came into my life, and she decided she liked Bryce. Now, Bryce and I were not seriously involved for quite a long time. We went places and did things together just as friends for 3 years before we ever became involved. We both, you know, we were old enough to kind of know what we wanted out of life, and we weren't sure, you know, about each other. It was fine. I mean, we were good friends to go places and do things, but neither one of us was really looking for a relationship when we found each other. In fact, I'd sworn off men at that point in time in my life. I decided I was better off being happy single than miserable and married. So I truly wasn't looking for a relationship. But I was always looking for a friend to go places and do things with. So that's the role that Bryce filled in my life initially. And we socialized and went places together for 3 years before we ever got into a relationship. But my grandmother decided that she liked Bryce right up front. She thought he was one of the good ones. And then they had cooking and things in common, so he would spend hours with her just talking about cooking and talking about the things she found interesting. And she just decided that he was one of the good ones and that she thought I should keep him. So for his birthday one year, we were there. Our birthdays are only 3 days apart, so we were celebrating our birthdays with my family. And my grandmother gave him Mr. and Mrs. embroidered pillowcases for his birthday gift. And then she said, "Oh, did I do that?" Well, you've learned enough about my grandma to know that she was pretty savvy. She knew exactly what she was doing. She was giving him a message. We still have those pillowcases, and I laugh every time I look at them. She just thought he needed to stay. And she needed her granddaughter to take this more seriously. I'm putting a little bit more glitter on my upper vines this time than I did last time, just because I can. I had quite a bit glittered at the bottom of my card, but not much glittered on the vines above, and I decided to do them all this time. Why not? If a little bit of glitter's good, a whole lot of glitter's better. Our birthdays are in February. I was born on February 22nd. George Washington was born on my birthday. And Bryce was born on February 25th. We're 6 years apart. I'm older than he is. I would have robbed the cradle when we were younger, but by the time we got married, who cared? We were in our I was in my mid-30s and he was turning 30, so it didn't matter anymore at that point. Every once in a while I catch myself saying something about something I think he should know about from when we were kids, and he doesn't understand a thing about it, though. We're going to spread out through the year, but I know we have a big concentration of birthdays this month. Tell me again who's got a birthday this month. I'm pretty sure quite a few of you said last time you had birthdays coming up, right? I get these on the calendar, so we're wishing people happy birthdays when they're coming up. Okay, guys. How are we doing? You guys keeping up okay? Oh, you got a birthday coming up immediately, Alice. Okay. Happy birthday. Early. Just a little early. Not as early as I'm wishing my birthday to my daughter, but... Okay. I got one little vine here at the top I want to get. How you guys doing with this card? You about done? Next up, we're going to use double stick borders and glitter. That's what's coming up next. We only have 4 cards left after this one. Woohoo! Look at us go. Okay. I thought it might turn into a pajama party. But we're doing pretty well, although on the East Coast I know it's getting late for you guys. Okay, oops, I didn't show you that, but it isn't brushed off yet. But I'll show you anyway. I put a little more on this time than I did last time. Get it down a little further so you can see the top. There we go. Absolutely, Betty. I will definitely post pictures. This is what I did last time. I will, at the end of today's broadcast, we'll go back and recap all of them, and I'll show each one in the camera for a minute. So if you're wanting to take some still shots out, you can do that. Okay, so I'm going to set this one off and let it dry, and then we'll brush the extra glitter off of it. That one's done. I think I better return glitter to the bottle. And I'm getting pretty glittery around here again. Here we go. Yep. I'm getting lots of static on my paper at this point. Doesn't want to let go of the glitter anymore. Come on. Come on. I don't know why I bothered to have the paper down. I got quite a string of glitter now. But that's why I got baby wipes. I don't know why I'm bothering to wipe it up. We're just about to do double stick borders. It makes me feel like I'm a little more organized when I wipe it off once in a while. All right, let's see what we're going to do next. We got that one done. Oh, get up there. Get up there. Get up there. Okay, we got 4 cards left to go. And all of these guys have corners and borders. So, where shall we start? Let's start.
It's okay?
Huh?
We just heard a yell from the deck, so we thought, was it a loud laugh?
Probably.
Okay.
Probably. Oh, somebody just gave us a thumbs down. Oh, bummer. Oh, well. Okay, let's do, doesn't matter which one we do. Let's do this one. Right here. We need okay. We want, it looks like I made this one in an A6. Do I have any A6s left? Nope, that's fine. I'll just make it a little bigger. Okay. This one is going to go in here. It's once again cut to 6 inches, so we're going to trim this up. Okay. All right. So speaking of the person who gave me the thumbs down, if you're liking this class and you like what we're doing, please be sure you give me the thumbs up. Because I shouldn't take them personally, but I do. I like it when I get the thumbs up. It makes me happy. You got 5 pieces of paper left. Let's see what I got. 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 4. Maybe you got an extra one. We'll see. We'll get done and see what you have left. One of them isn't the cutout sheet, is it, Betty? Maybe? We did put the cutout sheet in there to cut the leaves off of. Oh, no. You probably just got an extra. Thank you, Kim. I like to get everything I can out of my kits. It makes me happy. Makes me happy. Okay. So, putting down my tape. Thank you, Andrea. You're so sweet. Hit the little one under the screen too, if you would, please. I'm sure you did already, but I have 3 small card bases left and a 5x7 card base after we finish this one. Diane, you guys are the best. Thank you very much. Thank you. They may not have understood what we were up to and wondered why in the world we were going so long. Well, because we wanted to. Oh, maybe. Okay, there we go. Let's cut this off at the top. Let's trim this up on the side. And I think we got it. That looks pretty good. Okay, now let's get our, I didn't put tweezers on your list of things you should have, but use the blade of your scissors or something if necessary. And there's a couple different ways that we can do these stickers. Let's go to our supplies packet where we have some borders and some corner stickers in there. Well, you know what? Whoever it was that said we still had 5 to go, we do. We do still have 5. I have 4 here and 1 on my table, so we have 5 to do, not 4. I just can't count. Thank you, guys. You're so sweet. All right. We're only using 1 corner at a time. We're using these stickers are from UU, J-E-J-E. They're in Holland. That's UU. And we are going to, one of the things that confuses people about these is that they're trying to pick them off. It has a plastic liner over the top. So peel that plastic liner back gently. And there's 2 different ways you can do these. The fastest way, if you know that you're going to use them all, and you are doing them all in the same color, the fastest way to do it is just to glitter the entire thing. But if you're not doing them all, and let's just pull 1 off just for the sake of illustration, then the next one we do, let's glitter them all. But let's pull 1 off with our tweezers. Try not to touch it any more than you have to. And we're just going to put it down on our paper just as if we were putting down a regular sticker. Now this is what you'd want to do if you were just doing the occasional card and you were wanting to do a double stick sticker. Again, when we come back to these, after we've done this one, I think we'll just go ahead and glitter up the rest of the sheet because we're going to use them all. On these, we might want to do a little bit at a time because you actually have a whole bunch of these stickers left over, these double stick stickers. I thought you'd enjoy that, so we included extras. I'm going to take my scissors and I'm going to pick one of these outer stickers off with my tweezers. I'm going to pull it up and I'm going to run this sticker. I know I said try and keep your fingers off them, but I had it positioned the wrong direction. I'm going to run this sticker along the top of my card. These stickers are great fun. I love the fact that you can glitter them up any way you like to match your project. I'll take my tweezers and gently push them down. A little better to do it with the end of my tweezers than it is with my fingers. Because I'm taking the sticky off with my fingers, of course. And then this one, I don't want a whole sheet. I just want part of a piece, so I'm going to try and clip it right off on the sheet because there's a couple places that we're going to use just partials. So I'm just going to take my scissors and snip it a couple inches long because that's all I really want to come down the side. And then I can use that other partial piece and just kind of retain as many of these as possible for future use because why not? We can. And spacing it just about the same as I did at the top, I'm going to bring that right down the side. Let's get our glitter out and see how we did. We're going to move these all out of the way. I'm going to grab my little glitter container. You can see why I gave you so much glitter, huh? This is a serious glittering project, these cards. Now I'm going to glitter this just like normal with one exception. I'm going to take my finger and I'm going to slightly burnish that glitter. Because I really want to get it into that sticker. I'm going to burnish it along there. And then I'm going to tap it off. Ah, hello. Then I'm going to use my glitter brush. And I'm going to get in there and brush out the extras. And what we're going to end up with is something really quite beautiful. This is a really, really nice way to get a finished edge on something that's not already foiled. And this would be great a lot of times when you're using like the corner piece of Adorable Scoreable on the sheet that's not foiled to get a little extra shine. Excuse me. Okay, get a little extra shine in your project. You can foil over these too if you're using the cold foil, not the kind that has to be heat set, but use cold foil. You can foil right over the top of these stickers also. So if what you really want, thank you. What you really want is a foiled look, you can definitely do that. Thank you very much. I'll take all the blessings I can get. You can also use, just let's think about some of the other things we could use. We could use Pearl-Ex powder. You could use mica powder, which is really Pearl-Ex powder. We can use glitter. We can use, we have that hunky-dory mica powder. You could use that. You could use, what am I forgetting about, guys? Microbeads I don't think would work real well. They're a little heavy for this tape. But isn't that fun? Let's put our blessings down on here. As soon as I figure out what I do with my supplies packet, which used to be right here. There it is. Oh, no, I was going to say, here's my leaves, but it's not. That's just more leaves I gave you for cutting, for fussy cutting if you wanted to, if there was a place you thought needed something. There's my blessings. Okay. I thought you guys might get tired of blessings, but since the whole focus of this was really kind of on Thanksgiving cards, you could always change these out for something else if you'd rather have. Yeah, mica flakes, mica, the thin powdered mica would work, Kim. That like the powder, mica powder, where it's been pulverized. I think the flakes might be too thick. But the pulverized stuff like Pearl-Ex would work really, really well. That'd be beautiful, actually. And just kind of get that pearlescent effect. It'd be gorgeous. You'll notice when I'm doing detail work, I always try to use really, really fine material. So ultra fine glitter and pearl powders and that kind of thing, because I want it to be able to show all the detail. You can, it's a little hard to handle, but you can cut some of these frilly dies and things and cut them out of double stick tape and kind of create your own double stick. I will say that because the am I too close there? No, I guess I'm about where I should be. Because the tape is thinner, it's challenging with really frilly stuff. But you can cut dies and things in double stick tape and then use them for foiling and use them for glittering. So you have a similar effect to this. Double stick borders could be used on pumpkins. Are the stickers slightly... Oh, yeah. Yeah. You can see that when we go to pick them up, they're fairly floppy. That's because they're very flexible. So yes, I think you could use them on pumpkins. Yeah, why not? Okay. I will admit that I stole most of the supplies for this kit, but we'll get them again. So I'll link what we have in the double stick stickers, but just know I stole a lot of them for this project. Building these kits. Okay, it's time to glitter up our other elements. This is another one of those spotted pumpkins. It absolutely needs glitter, I think, don't you? Let's go to doing some glitter. I don't think I'll glitter all of my vines this time like I did before, since we've got the double stick tape on there. I think that might be just a little too much. But they definitely want glitter on these pumpkins. Don't these pumpkins just say to you, glitter here? I mean, they've even kind of have the impression of having glitter on them. So I think that whoever created this design had in mind that we should all glitter these. If they care about such things. If I designed it, I would care about such things. It looks to me like they're saying put glitter here. Just the way they colored them. I'm going to have a fairly heavy pumpkin vine here at the bottom. That's crying for glitter. And I got this little swirly on this side. That definitely wants some glitter. And some swirls here. That wants some glitter. Okay. There we go. Got it glittered. Shake a little glitter on it. How you guys doing? You still awake? You still awake out there? There we go. Here's our double stick sticker first card. I'm going to set this aside, let those stickers or let the glitter dry on the vines. And it looks like we have 4 left to go. Let's get another one out. Let's do this one. This was this one. Set that out. All right. This one, we need the upper corner of the pumpkin. I think we're going to have to trim it a little. Again, I think, oh no, but we don't. Well, maybe we do. I may have used an A6. And then, yeah, we're going to have to trim it a little because I used an A6 on the sample and we're using US A6. So this, once again, is going to be trimmed to 6 inches. Okay. Betty Gasno, I glittered my pumpkin dots instead. I know I'm a rebel. You glittered your pumpkin dots instead. Why does it make you a rebel? What did you do? I glittered my pumpkin dots instead. I glittered my pumpkin dots. But you're absolutely welcome to be a rebel. I would expect nothing less. I have a group of crafters here. Of course you're rebels. I gotta wipe my glasses off again. I don't know how I managed to. I don't even think I touch them, but I still managed to get them foggy. Talk too much, maybe. The girls and I want to say good night to everyone. We'll catch you on the rerun. Thanks so much, Debbie. You are all good company. Thank you, Kim. Nice to see you. Okay, Betty Gosnell. See you on Thursday. See you guys on the rerun. I'll show the cards one final time at the end of class so that if you want to take photos of anything out of the video, you can absolutely do that. I'm going to cover this card right here. Good night, Betty. Good night, Kim. Good night, Katie. Good night, Kelly. I'm really kind of amazed our camera's hanging in there with us, but so far it is. If perchance the camera does cut out on us, which it might, you know, you never know. If the camera cuts out on us and I don't have an opportunity to say a proper good night, you guys will understand that we know we were going to the end of the camera battery. If that were to happen, I would post any cards we had not finished in the newsletter. Good night, John Boy. That's funny. Ah, we're just working along here, honey.
We're done?
No, we're not done. But we're getting closer. We're down in the We're in the final stretches. A few of my crafty friends are giving up and going to bed, but there's still quite a few out there. We still have 25 viewers. So we are trimming up. Covered my card, flipped it over, just trimming up my edges a little bit. We have quite a few done. Quite a few. Okay, now let me show you what I would do if I covered an entire sheet or partial sheet. Cutting it up like this isn't a bad idea if you wanna. Good night, Pat. Oh, you're not going. You're just saying goodnight to the girls, I think, huh? Okay, sorry. Thank you, Alice. I'm glad you're still with me. Diane. Oh, yeah, you guys are still with me. I'm going to throw away my cover sheet, and I don't like to waste all the glitter that would be involved in glittering all this background material I'm not going to use. So you have to be a little bit careful when you do this that you're not picking up your sticker. But what I would do if I wanted to glitter this whole thing is I would peel up the background first off these corners. And I will dispose of this so it's not taking up all of my glitter on stuff I'm not going to use. So I will peel that and pitch it. And then I'll just sprinkle my glitter on. Go ahead and burnish one right on the sheet. And then just peel one off as I want it. So I'll just burnish this up. Make that glitter all lay down flat on there and be beautiful. I have a few little remnant pieces of my other. Now this will be staticky, so it's not going to want to, because if we peeled that other off and this is like kind of non-stick paper, it's not going to want all the extra to fall off. But at least we didn't waste all of that glitter. And I can take my cloth and actually wipe off a lot of this extra stuff. There we go. And that's a good way to go if you're going to use the whole sheet for something. Otherwise, just peel it like we did and stick just one at a time. Now they're going to look really heavy right now because, of course, all the inner pieces are still in those corners. But I assure you, when we go to pick those up to use them, we're going to get just the usable part peeling up. So see, we're going to pick this one up. And only the good stuff came up. Okay?
Hold that closer to the camera. It's kind of hard to see.
So when I peeled it off, only the good stuff came off.
Yep. Ready?
And I'm going to position it where I want it. And I'm going to grab my borders again. Now, if you look at your border sheet, one side's big, the other side's little. It depends on whether you want little fine chain or whether you want big chain. I'm going to go ahead and you can actually even use these in-between pieces. I'm going to use this in-between piece just as an illustration because it's still really pretty. This is really just the in-between between the what they consider the good stickers. But, oops. Yeah, catch it. Okay. Let's see. Come on. I must be getting rummy. I'm having a harder time managing my little sticker. Okay, here we go. You stick there. And let me stretch you out across here. How's that look? A little uneven. Let's come down a little. There we go. I think I got a pretty straight line. Maybe off just a little. There we go. Take the back of my tool. And move it off of where it was. Okay, it's being contrary. Come on. It must be doing your heart good to see me struggle just a little with this, because if you were feeling intimidated that mine were going on straight and yours weren't, it's good for you to see that I too struggle a little. There we go. All right, trying not to get my fingers on them more than I have to. There we go. I like that. I think that looks pretty good. I'm going to put another one on. Hello, Maryland. Are the downloads next? I'll be here till you turn off the lights, okay? The downloads are in process. I don't know what we have for an ETA, and I won't put Bryce on the spot by asking, because he's in the midst of working out all the technical details to make them work. There's a limit to the file size, and of course we have lots and lots of cards, so he's having to monkey with the files a little bit and try this and that to make them the right size, but we're getting there. I did preview one, and I like the way that the previews are looking. I think the quality of the video is not bad. They're a little bit fuzzy, and that might happen to us with the download because there are limits to the file size. Worst case, I will give you a private link that you can look at it on YouTube if they give us any too much trouble. But I will tell you that all of the cards okay. Stressing out your kids with your text messages. Well, my kids tell me mine make no sense sometimes too. I'm just not as handy with hitting all those little keys as my kids are. They were raised in the mode when this is their communication channel. I was raised in a mode when it was not my communication channel. So put that on there. And now now they've got my glitter on, I'm just going to push it down a little bit with my finger because I'm not entirely confident I had them down solidly. And now I can actually wipe off some of my extra glitter. I already tapped it off. All right, now it's time to put on some lettering. So we're going to do our give thanks on this one. Oh my gosh, autocorrect. Don't even get me started on autocorrect. Sometimes it just says the craziest things. The craziest things. I can't remember what the autocorrect message was that Margie sent me the other day, but it just cracked me up. I don't remember what it was. The way it changed it ended up being so funny. So funny. I started to say all of the cards I have finished Margie and I can't say Margie and I have finished Craftaganza. It is done. It is done. All the cards are finished. I finished the last of them I had last night, and Margie finished the last of hers a night or two ago. So all of the cards for Craftaganza are now finished. Yay us. I think this is the earliest we have ever finished. In fact, this is the only time I have ever finished. I think the year I did the most, I did 3 kits out of Craftaganza. This year, all 4. It's because Margie was helping, though. That helped a lot. A lot. And the nice thing is you guys get 2 different styles because we get to because you get to see Margie's creations and mine in the same videos. So we have very different styles. Mine tend to be a little bit more, I don't want to say simplistic because I don't think they're too simple, but they are simple, direct patterns. And Margie tends to get creative with every single card. She's amazing. And I try to do one different thing out of each set, and then I kind of do fairly direct cards with most of them. My hope is that I can teach you some new things along the way and give you some inspiration, but still give you something you can finish this year. On the other hand, Margie will bring you some very new, very different, very novel ideas, and that's great too. So I think it's a good combination, us working on them together. I still want to do, I've had several requests that we do the Deco Large set. I still want to do some poinsettias, although the luxury sets are almost gone in the poinsettias, so I won't be doing the luxury set, although I think I have enough to do at least one of the card kits. And then I want to do some work. I'm thinking that I might want to do some work with the 8x8 paper pad and some parchment. That's my thinking at this point for where I will head next. Is to Deco Large, and I always, you guys kind of come to expect I'll do the Deco Large kits, and I don't want to disappoint anybody, so I'll probably do that. And then the poinsettias, I probably will do one topper set maybe, but there just aren't enough of them to do the whole kit for you. You have to balance getting them done with having the opportunity to sell enough to have it be worth the time to do them. But I just finished the Madonna and Baby Jesus last night. Please do the deco. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do the Deco Large. And I just finished Baby Jesus and the Madonna just last night. Can I tell you a story on my honey? He's not here. He probably won't watch this video, so I can probably do this. So when we were doing the introduction to these Craftaganza sets, and I went through and I said, this is, that we were, I was showing you all the topper sets that were included in Craftaganza, and we got to the festive memories. And one of them was the Baby Jesus and Mother Mary. Instead of calling Jesus' mother, Mother Mary or Mary, I called her Madonna. Bryce had never heard Baby Jesus' mother called Madonna before, and he thought I was being terribly, terribly rude. I don't know what the word is. What's that word I'm looking for? Anti-Christian. By calling Mother Mary Madonna. He had never heard her called Madonna before. He said, we got all done with the video, and he said, go back one or two. I want to see that card kit. And I said, okay. And I flipped back through it. And he said, what did you call her? I said, I don't know. I said, did I call her Mary? And he said, I don't think so. And I said, did I call her Mother Mary or the Holy Mother? Or he said, no. I said, what? Did I call her Madonna? And he said, yes. And he said, you can't do that. I said, honey, she was Madonna long before Madonna was Madonna. There's nothing rude about that. It's okay. He said, really? I've never heard that before. I said, yes, honey, it's okay. I promise. Oh. Of course, I didn't let it go lightly. I should have. It would have been a polite thing to do, but no, I didn't. He thought I was calling Madonna. Madonna. I was calling Mary Madonna after the singer. Anyway. Obviously, Bryce is not Catholic. Nor am I, actually, but I do that word. Oh. Anyway. It's a good thing he doesn't go back and rewatch these live streams, because I might get in trouble for that, but oh, it wouldn't be the first or last time I've gotten in trouble either. Yeah. He's such a good guy. You can't say that. Oh, yeah, I can, really. Oh. Okay, we got our give thanks on. Relatively straight, I think. Looks like we're going to need a butterfly. We haven't backed a butterfly in a few minutes. It must be about that time. Once I figure out what I did with the blue cardstock. It's here somewhere. I know it's here somewhere. What did I do with it? I'll throw that out. Let's see. Nope, it's not over there. It's got to be over in the stack here. How could I start losing? Oh, there it is. No, that's not it. How could I start losing stuff at this point in the process when there's so little material left? Stickers. Need this. Is that? There it is. It was just upside down. His heart was absolutely in the right place. All right. Let's put a little glue on this flutterby. Oh. His dad took a little fall yesterday morning. He's doing fine. He got up on the opposite side of the bed that he usually sleeps on and got a little disoriented, and then came around the foot of the bed, and there's like a hope chest sitting at the foot of his bed, and he ran into that because he forgot it was there and took a little fall. He's going to be fine, I think. We've been watching him closely. He didn't hit his head or anything, but he did hit kind of his side, it's like his ribs, on a little cat scratching thing that was there. We've been watching to make sure that there's no unusual bruising or anything there. I think he hurt his pride as much as anything, but he did kind of fall in an unnatural position and kind of make everything sore, you know what I mean? When you go to fall and you get into an unnatural position. So I think he just stretched those muscles up his side. So we've been watching him closely, but it's been a while since I've been responsible for the care of an older person, and I am having to remember about, that is a great question, Diane. The reason I'm putting glue on the sticky butterflies is that they're going on this mirror board, and you don't get enough adhesion in any one place because of the roughness of the glitter paper. It just doesn't adhere as well as it could. But if you put the glue on it, the glue kind of seeps down in between those little crystals and the glitter, and it helps the butterfly stick better. So that's why I'm doing that. And you'll want to do that because if you don't, the butterflies will fall off. This is the voice of experience. I noticed one fall off, and then I realized how easy the rest of them were to pick off, and I decided we needed to put glue on all of them. And since then, I haven't had any trouble. I think he's doing okay. We're keeping an eye on him, and I think he'll be fine. Like I said, I think it kind of hurt his pride a little bit. Then having people say, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" It's not his way, you know. He's used to being an independent sort of guy, and having us checking up on him and asking him if he needs help out of his chair and other things is hard for him. But I'd rather do that and give him a little extra hand up than have him hurt himself more by not asking and having him put pressure on something that's already sore, you know. I think he's going to be okay. Oh, I thought I cut the antenna off my butterfly. I did such a good job folding them up, I couldn't see them. They were kind of straight on to me. And as we were saying earlier, don't know if you caught this, Diane, you don't have to cut out around those antennae. Just fold his head and the antennae forward and follow the wings. And then when you're done, you can push that part back and it's all okay. Once you've done that, bend it on both sides of the thorax. Shape those wings and shape them again. You get a little flat bottom on this, which makes a perfect place to hold the glue. And we'll put our butterfly here above the give thanks in this large open area. Oops, hold still. Go in there. And then it's time to do a little glittering. I'm going back to my quickie glue pen because this is the fine glittering on this one. We are doing so well, guys. Oh my gosh. I think we have 3 left. I still have 3 cards, so I think we have 3 left. You guys are troopers. You're hanging in there really well. And we're not cutting any corners either. We're making them just like I made them. So I think we're doing great. I'm pretty proud of you. Your stick-to-itiveness. I'm veining the big veins and a few of the little ones on the maple leaves. I was forgetting, though, that I needed to stop and glitter. I think I probably let that first one dry. I better stop and put some glitter on here. I'm going to be wasting my time. Yeah, the first leaves I did there, they're done. I have to do those over again because I waited too long to glitter these ones clear out here. So I'm going to come back and maybe I didn't do them. I don't remember. A little fuzzy at this point. And I'll do this one by itself. And on these long branches with the leaves out on either side, all I'm doing with those is I'm just glittering the stem and then one line down each leaf just to kind of give it a little dimension. I'm not trying to glitter all those little sticky areas coming out. Just one line down each. And let's see, down on the bottom here, I think I'll do these branches, which actually I think in the background is actually a maple leaf. But I'm going to do just a line on those. I may do just a line on these little ones below. This maple leaf, I'll give some little extra detail to it. Let's see how that looks. You're gonna have lots of glitter left over. I made sure my bottle had about the same amount that your packets had. You're gonna have lots of glitter left, but far be it from me to be cheap and not give you enough to get your project done. Okay, last thing I'm gonna do on here is I'm gonna put just a line of glitter around my pumpkin. I think I like that on the white pumpkins to give them a little added dimension. Just dawned on me that I'm glittering in the opposite direction of what you can see. Sorry about that. Okay, I'm going to let that dry a little bit, and then I'll brush off the extra glitter. I have a couple of them that have been drying here. I'm going to brush off the extra glitter. We can declare these done. Well, that autumn one is now finished. It can go up in the stack of finished cards. I had this one waiting to be brushed off. And that one is now done. We have the one we just did, but really in the amount of time that we just did brushing those off, that quickie glue pen will already be dry. So we'll brush that off. And we will be down to our last three. There we go. Give thanks, we just finished that one. Original, second, pretty darn close. Okay. Now I have 2 samples left here and 3 cards. We may have to design one as we go. Okay, I have 3 cards. And I have 2 samples left. Okay, well, let's see what we have left here. We have this black one. Oh, it's this one that's not here. Where is that one? Oh, here it is. Here it is. It just wasn't in my stack. Okay, let's do this one next. That's beautiful. I want to do this big, beautiful one. Okay. Let's do this, the 5x7. And we're just going to cover our card. And we're going to trim off the extra. So that's, ooh, I had that upside down. I almost did a boo-boo. Love the foiling on this one. Seafood, hurricanes, and panthers. There we go. Okay. We're going to cover this one. I love this one. The foiling on this white pumpkin is so beautiful. And we will come right in here. And we'll put this this topper on. My fold is on the right side, good. Maybe I'll trim this down. You guys are getting a creative fix today, huh? Not to mention we're all getting a nice social fix today, which is also beautiful. I love that. Okay, I'm going to use my pre-glittered corner. Your corners may be slightly different than mine, and your corners may be in multiple pieces where mine was in one sheet. That's okay. It's just a matter of divvying up what we had available, you know. This corner is going to be just a little smaller than the one I used in my sample. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. Okay, I got my corner down. I'm going to get my borders. And see what I've got left. I've got a nice partial piece of border here I'm going to try to use so it doesn't get spoiled. I'm going to use this down this side. Already has kind of a crease in it, but I think I can straighten it out just from being on the side of my package. Let's see if I can't. I think I can. Said the little train. Let's see. Are you going to straighten out for me? I think you will. Probably end up having to stick my thumb right in it to get it to lay down, but we must do what we must do. I think I got it. There we go. Oh, that's not bad. Not bad at all. Okay. I'm going to loosen this border up a little bit down below there now and kind of straighten it. All this to save a little piece of sticker. But hey, it's a piece of sticker, right? I see more marathons in our future. Okay, I'll let him know. I think it's worked out okay for him, actually, as long as he could go in and out and just come if I hollered, which I literally did once. You guys heard it. Hope I didn't break your eardrums when I did that. And pull off this other one. Now, I did not take my borders corner to corner. I just took my borders part way across. I don't think they have to actually close in. Of course, you have plenty of pieces you could piece them in if you wanted to. But I don't really think they had to go corner to corner. I think they actually look quite pretty just being partial lines. Let's glitter these up and you can see what I mean. This looks good, I think. A little glitter out here. A little glitter on here. Come on. I don't know why I took the cap off of this. I had a perfectly good dispenser cap and then I took it off. I'm going to rub those down a little bit now. I'm going to burnish that glitter in, which also serves the dual duty of making sure your stickers stuck really well to the paper, and it makes it actually shinier when you burnish it. So burnishing's just a fancy word for rubbing them down a little. Wow, guys, this was a fast one to do. Because we already have so much foiling on it, it just doesn't really want a lot of extras. I'm going to put the word blessings on it as soon as I figure out what I did with my packet again. It's there.
There's no.
Am I short one? No, it's over here. I don't know how it got clear over there. Okay, I'm going to glue this down. We have 2 left, honey.
Yay.
2 left.
That's good.
They said to warn you they really liking this marathon stuff. You might see marathons in their futures. Better warn Bryce.
Well, I'll congratulate the new videographer.
Did you hear him? He's being smart. This has worked out okay where you could kind of come and go, hasn't it?
Yeah. But I don't think we have any more decks to stain, so.
Oh. Well, call Don. We'll have to get him to build something. Hey, wait. Oh, it's going to be too dark now. I was going to say, should run take a picture. I told these guys I'd give them a picture of the deck you guys are doing, but I think we'll have to wait. And it'll be in a future newsletter in the near future. I'll give you a picture, you guys a picture of the catio, and then we'll show you a picture when it's done, too. It's going to be great fun, though. Today they put the screen door in the new. I told you guys that we built a deck outside of Bob's bedroom, and then we changed out the window and put a slider there to go onto the deck. Well, they put the screen in the slider today, and evidently his cats have spent the entire day right up against the screen watching everything out the window. So I think these cats are going to be really, really excited to get this catio. They better be. They better be. Okay. I think we got it, guys. There we go. Is it beautiful? It's beautiful, is it not? Wow. Look at that. Isn't this double stick stickering working out well for these cards? I think it's a fun technique that we hadn't talked about. I know some of you said you hadn't seen it before, so it's good that we had the chance to introduce you to those. That doesn't even have any drying time. That just goes on the stack because there's nothing to dry on that one. Okay, we got 2 left. We got a black one and a white one to do. Both have corners. There's Lauren. Hi, Lauren.
Hi.
Tell everybody hi, Lauren.
Hi.
Okay. Let's see. Let's do, it doesn't matter which one we do, guys. Let's do the black one.
Just like
And this one is done on one of our A4s, our American A6. So we know. Somebody take Teddy out, please. He's getting sick from something. What's he been into?
Nothing.
Okay, so we know that our card is going to be, I guess we can make this as big as we want to. We don't really have to trim this one down for this purpose because our paper's oversized. So it's 6 1/4. So I'm going to cut my card face to 6 by 4 1/4. So I want it 6, 4 1/4. Is he okay? Okay, 4 1/4 by 6. Let's see how that goes. Alrighty. Yep, and we're bordering this with the white. That ended up being perfect. You got lots of hi Laurens. Oh my gosh, there's a whole bunch of hi Laurens. Mary, Alice, Brenda, Annette, Andrea, and Diane all say hi, Lauren. You can repeat those back as you say hi to them.
oh, okay.
She's smiling at me. She's not even trying it. Oh, Dad showed her. You could see it on the monitor. He cheats. He cheats. Okay. Alrighty.
Do you want one?
All right.
I added an extra one for me because sometimes they forget it with the thing. It's just
Okay.
for everybody.
Let's
Do you want Alfredo
wiping out my
sausages?
extra glue just a little there.
How much more is the Alfredo?
Oh, beautiful.
I think you get
There we go. It's on.
There you
Oh, Pat just said hi to Lauren too.
go.
Okay, let's see. Let's get, I have one more glittered border already, and then I have one that's not in this pack, so I presume you guys have some.
That's too
Also, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to peel this off of this messy looking sheet. It looks so messy on here, and then it looks so good when you actually peel it up. I'm going to put this one here in the corner. There we go. Okay, and we're going to get some of our double stick borders out again here. And I really want a partial piece for that top again. So I think I'll put my long one on first though. I probably have enough cutoff on the long one to do the top. Let's just peel one of these up.
Last chance to change anything.
Let go. Let go. Thank you. Okay. Yes, I'm talking to inanimate objects again. There's nothing new about that. Okay, I'm going to put this on long ways first, just down through the black part. And I want it about 1/4 inch away from the edge. I'm going to stick it there with my tweezers. I'm going to trim it. And then I'm going to use this short piece at the top. Come on.
Can you see it on your watch?
Okay, I use the short piece at the top. I might want a little more, but I think it's actually going to be fine.
Oh, that just shows you
Let's see.
watch.
I think I'll glitter it up and see how I like it. I might add a little more there to that one. Okay. I'm going to glitter that up. Hello. These little half strips were perfect for our card, and they're a lot easier to manage than the long strips are. So there's another little trick. Cut those things in manageable sizes before you use them, and then you don't have to, you don't have to cut the whole sheet. You can cut part of a sheet even if you think you might want some long ones. But there we go. We got that on. Let me take my wipe. Keep using my wipes to wipe the glitter off my table, and then I toss them out. There we go. I picked up a lot of my extra glitter off of there. All right, now we got a little glittering to do on here. So, why am I grabbing that? I don't know. Okay, this is a little detail glittering here. Oh, so let me use the quickie glue pen because then we won't have to wait for it to dry. That would be good. I should have done the white card first so it could be drying while we did this, but I wasn't thinking that far. Okay, my quickie glue pen, a few little marks here, another branch, a few little marks here. Got my veining on this leaf, and then I better stop and pour glitter on so it doesn't dry out on me again. Whoa! have a little glitter announce. That looks good. And we'll come down here. I'm going to put some veining on this big old pumpkin leaf. Why not? And put some veining on this white leaf. Did anybody actually make the cider we talked about for our Halloween or for our Thanksgiving cards? I'm curious if anybody actually made it. That sounds really good, hot cider, after all this Thanksgiving stuff. If you did, I'll be right over.
Mary said she bought some.
Oh, you bought some? Did you actually have some today?
Diane made apple crisp.
Ooh. Now see, that's getting into the spirit of the season right there. I like that idea.
Annette says you're getting too glitter punchy. Drink some soda.
I definitely am getting glitter punchy. Look at the way that glitter is going on there. It's like, whoa! It still looks great on my card, by the way. But yeah, my glitter pour-off sheet is just wild. Okay. We're almost done, guys. Can you believe it? Have you ever made 16 cards in a day before? I've made 29. I made 29 the night that I made that craft stack. I probably have made 16, but probably not in one sitting. Okay, that's looking good. Now I'm looking at this, and this double stick border doesn't look quite as straight as it should. The beautiful thing about this, if that was actually glittered, you'd be SOL, but look at that. You can just pick that up and move that glitter strip just a little. So that was cool. And now it's straight, and I'm happier.
Mary said she had hot chai tea.
Oh, hot chai tea sounds good for Thanksgiving too, doesn't it? Yes, it does. There we go. I'm just glittering the outsides of my pumpkin just a little. Just outlining him. Because why not? And there we go. Put a little bit of glitter on that pumpkin. And we have best wishes to go on here, don't we? I'm going to pour my glitter back, give that just a second to dry because it only takes a second with that quickie glue pen. Recap that. And pour all this glitter back in to my bottle. Whoa, there's still a bunch there. Which is now going everywhere. Where's that wipe? Okay. I think at this point I'm just moving the glitter around my work area. I'm not sure I'm taking it off anymore. You should see my pants. My nose itches. I got glitter on my arms, so I guarantee that I now have glitter on my nose. All right. We need to get this one down and brush it off a little bit.
Diane says you're very sparkly.
Oh, it's my personality coming out. Both my daughter and my husband are laughing at that. Okay. I am getting my best wishes sticker out of my packet. Oh, I do have one more thing I have to do here too.
Annette wants to know if you have glitter chasing you in your dreams.
I will tonight. Big glitter monster is going to be after me.
You need to shower before you come to bed.
Bryce told me you shower before you come to bed, so you're not bringing all that glitter to bed. I'll be dreaming of unicorns tonight. And that way you have glitter and rainbow and unicorns.
Yep.
Yep. I'll be dreaming of unicorns. They get our best wishes, which looks great on that black, I might add. Really good on the black. And then did you notice what we did with the... Did you notice what we did with the butterfly on this one? We backed the butterfly. You could do it in blue if you wanted. But what I did on this one was I backed this butterfly in white. And all you need is just one of our many scraps. It doesn't matter what you're backing it with. You just need something white. One of our cut-off pieces. Didn't keep one there. Oh, I got some here. I only need just a little cut-off piece. And I backed this in white because there was no blue at all on this one. And I wanted the butterfly to stand out more than just putting the butterfly flat, so I backed it in white. So using any one of your cut-off pieces, peel that butterfly, stick him on the white. We don't have to glue it because it's gluing paper to paper. I do have to put it on on straight, however. Just a little something I've learned. I think I'm truly getting punchy at this point. We're going to cut around this butterfly. So they haven't kicked us off YouTube yet. That's amazing that they let us go this long.
I know.
And the camera battery hasn't died. And my cameraman looks a little road weary, but he looks pretty good. Of course, he looks pretty good to me every day, guys. I had to say it. I had to say it. He's my guy. Okay. Here we go. Now he's rolling his eyes at me. Oh my gosh, Deborah, the things you don't say. Okay, here we go. There we go. Got my butterfly. Got my butterfly backed. Is Bryce a night owl too? Absolutely not. 10 p.m. every night he's off to bed. Every night we have a routine. He says, don't stay up all night, and he goes to bed at 10 o'clock, knowing full well he's likely to see me in the morning. It's our regular routine. And the only one more of a night owl, or more of a early to bed, early to rise than Bryce is Lauren. And she goes to bed about 8:30 every night because she's working on a job where she starts at, what time do you officially start?
7:30.
She starts at 7:30 in the morning, but you know, girls, they have to have all their getting ready time. And she's also really good. She shows up early at her job every day, which her mom really appreciates. It shows good training. And she often, because she shows up early, she often gets picked to come in early. So it's a good thing. Here we go. Okay. There's that one. See, it's a little taller because we didn't cut the card down, because this was on European A6. We did this one on the US A6. Looks just as good, I think. All right, that one's done. We have one remaining card left. And if we've counted everything right, you should have one card blank. You should have one piece of paper. You should have one corner left. I ended up with an extra blue blessings. Ooh, maybe I want that on here just because I had an extra. What I gave you for this one was just for you. Let's get this show on the road. This time I have one of those bigger corners. And the bigger corner actually has some little pieces with it. Feel free to use those for a different project. I'm going to try and reach in here and pick that big one up. Maybe. There we go. What are we going to do for dinner, guys?
It's on order.
We already ordered.
Oh, what'd you order?
Applebee's.
Oh, Applebee's? What'd you get me?
Your chicken with the pasta.
Oh, I like that.
I know you do.
Good job. Oh, there we go. There's my big corner off. And it... Oh. I bet you guys were wondering, well, let's see what she's going to stick that to. Well, let's cover a card, shall we? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, well, it's still on my cutter, so I guess it's okay. Oh, goodness, okay. You are... I was going to tell you you're funny, but it's not because of anything you did. It's because I was being kind of a moron. Oh, well. Oh. Oh, no. Terrible. It would be scary to have him gone while you're... While COVID was starting up. That was kind of a scary time, don't you think? It's still a little scary, but it was just kind of a weird time as the whole world shut down around us. I don't think I would have wanted to have Bryce gone.
You'd starve.
Brian Lawrence says you wouldn't want him gone because you'd starve. Uh-oh. Tomorrow, we need to put together our kits for the John Next Door kits. So those of you who were so obliging and purchased it could get them on mailed out on Monday. So, yes, tomorrow it will be a more relaxing day, but we have lots of paper to cut and lots of kits to put together. But that's okay. That's pretty easy duty in the greater scheme of things. Okay, I'm going to get this card blank so I can put that sticker on here. Oh, let's see. I was almost scared to turn it over to see what else I might have done. Okay, I got this big old corner now. Let's stick that big old corner on here. This is bigger than my sample one. Still okay. Oops. Okay. There we go. Ah! Stay there. There we go. Okay, we need some borders, which are here somewhere. Here they are. The border stickers. All right. And I think with this big old corner, we could benefit from having big pieces, which good. That's what's up on my sheet next. Did you notice there's big ones and little ones on your sheet? That's kind of nice, huh? Different sizes for different jobs. I'm going to put this one here. And I'm going to go just down to where the white ends and it goes into the blue. And I'm going to trim it off here. Go. Let go. I'm going to trim it off right about here. And then I'm going to bring this piece up and come across here. Just as far as it goes. And we already know that we can move them after if we have to. I think they're going to be about right, but let's see. Okay. Come on. We'll pour it on, then we'll burnish it down, which will help it to stay where we put it. And bring the shine up in the glitter. Whoa, that one peeled. Okay, once you get the glitter on the bottom, nothing to be done but take it off and put a new piece on. Watch this, no great shakes. We got lots of pieces. If it were my last piece, I might have been tempted to try and glue it in place, but why would I do that when I have more here? I'm just going to put a fresh one on. So I lifted that one actually with my finger when I was rubbing it. So I got to get in here and get another little piece. Okay. Teddy doing okay now?
Oh.
He's out on the deck.
Must have had something didn't agree with him. Come on. Come on.
So we'll just need to go in the house and watch for him.
No. They will tell me when I'm getting close.
Come on. Got one. Well, I got one of the little ones. I wanted a big one. Okay, you lay back down there. Now I got it. Okay. And I'm going to use just part of this and then snip it off. Stop it. Okay. Now I'm going to put this right down here. And I think I'll stop it about a 1/4 of an inch from the edge. I'll take my pink scissors and clip that off. Save this for later. Okay, let's try that again. I'm going to push it down a little before I try and rub it this time. There we go. Now it's cooperating. Okay, that looks good. Next up, I'm going to put, now if you're using the Just For You, which you are, let me show you where those are going to go. Well, they can actually go anywhere in here, guys. Mine happens to be joined, so I would probably put it maybe like up here. Let me just show you where I'd put it. I can always do it this way, and then if I want to, I can change it out and use the blue blessing. Let's just put this up here. Mine is joined. My words are joined, so I don't have quite as much flexibility. Some of you have the joined ones like mine, and some of you have the separate words. It just depends on which one you got. I'm going to put that there, and then I think I'm just going to use one butterfly here, and I'll look and see if I want another one over there. I may just want one this time. We'll see. Okay. And let's see. We need to back a butterfly. So let's do that. Oh, that's not it. Let's smack on my corners. Here it is. Look at all this blue we got left. Going to back a butterfly with my blue. Oops, gotta glue it. Yeah, it wouldn't it just figure that the last one will give me trouble. And just drawing little lines on my back with the, getting a little glue on the tip and then just kind of spreading it across the butterfly. I think that's the easiest way to get that to stick. Come up here, press it down. When I'm gluing it this way, I almost inevitably have to wipe it off with a baby wipe, but that's okay. It works. It's proven to be a good technique. Okay, wipe off the butterfly. Come in with my detail scissors. Chop it out. Okay. Come and moved my antenna. Oh, just cut one off. Oh well. I cut off one of his antennae on accident, but I bet you I can stick it right down with him and nobody will ever know the difference. Okay. Got my flutterby. Yep, it definitely looks like it's missing an antenna, but I bet I can fix it. Okay. Boy, the truckers definitely have kept our country moving through COVID, haven't they? If they weren't out there, we wouldn't have anything in the grocery stores. Or any other store for that matter. We really all kind of had a lesson in supply chain, I think, during COVID to see just how much we as a country use and how fast the shelves empty when new products aren't coming in. Okay, I'm going to put my butterfly here. And then I'm going to come back over to the sheet and rescue his poor little antenna. And I'm going to put it right back down on the sheet. Nobody will ever know I cut it off. Nobody but me and 2,500 of my closest friends. Hey, speaking of that, guess what, guys? We are closing in extremely rapidly now on 250,000 views back on our YouTube channel. I think I told you we were there once before, and I didn't know that you don't want to take any videos off of YouTube, because once you do, they adjust your view count. So I took off a whole bunch of old stuff once, and it cost us 100,000 views. Yeah. And then we had to start building at 140 again, but just in the next week or maybe two, we are going to pass 250,000 views again. And keep an eye on your mailboxes, because when we do, we're going to have a big celebration, and I promise you it is going to be an event to behold, but it's only going to last for a few hours, because that's all I can afford to do it. But that's how big a deal this is to me. It's going to be a spectacular deal for a few hours, because I'm really excited to be getting to 250,000 views again. And we're almost at 3,000 subscribers, which is also a big deal to me. We've never been that high. So that's really fun. That's very exciting to me that that's happening. Okay, we got one thing left to do here, and that's to glitter up this card. And we will have done it. We will have completed 16 cards in one day. We will have finished the marathon. But we got to glue this one thing up first. I'm going to use my wider glue bottle because we're glittering vines this time. So I'm going with my wider glue bottle right over the top of these pumpkin vines. I'm just following the vines along. I like the little curly cues. I think it adds wonderful texture. So we're just going over all these little curly cues. How's Dad doing today? Is he doing okay?
Somewhat.
Somewhat. Still sore. Okay. We got that. We got this. I'm going to come down here and get this big vine. Over here and get this littler vine. I'm going to come around here and get this curly vine. This one. It's kind of fun to really glue these little swirly vines. Just let your glue bottle follow all those little curlies. Or maybe it's just me. And again, I'm not too worried about making sure I'm covering up every line. That's not the point. The point is just to kind of give the impression of following them. Knock off my extra glitter so that we can see it. And there we go. There we go. All right. So that is number 16, I do believe. I told you I would show you each card we completed on camera. I told our folks that had to leave that we would show each card on camera that we have completed before we signed up. So we're going to, I can worry about that. Dump that. I'm going to put my glue bottle away so I can't dump it all over. I think I'll save this blessing for a different day. How about you guys? You guys all glittery too? Are you all showing your wonderful sparkly selves? Okay. This is the one we just did. You hold this down and get it where you can see it. And you could actually take a picture if you wanted that way. I'm trying to get it right in the camera view. There we go. Okay, that's number 16. Here comes number 15. I'm not sure which one's which. This is the one we just did. Number 15. Hold it down so you can get a shot of the whole thing if you want to. Turn it so you can.
If you look up at the camera, you can probably see faster.
There we go. I can't really. There we go. There's a shot of number 15. Next up. These were both the same size. I don't know which one we just did and which one. I think I just did this one. Here is number 14. There we go. Good face on shot. 14. Number 13. I don't know which one's which again, but it doesn't matter. What?
Annette,
What'd you say? 13?
my daughter just yelled, "Mom, are you still up watching?" And I said, "Yep, I'm a wild woman tonight."
Number 12. That's beautiful. That dark, isn't it? That's beautiful. Number 11. Number 10. I feel like this is like David Letterman's countdown. Number 10. Number 9. We'll see if I counted right when we get to the end, if I'm actually at 1. I have a little performance pressure all of a sudden. Number 8. Oops, this is not it. This was number 8 because we cut out the leaves. Number 8.
Wait, wasn't that just 9?
Number 7. We did this one a little bit differently because we were out of mirror board, remember? So number 7. Number 6. Number 5. I only used one butterfly this time. But depending on your placement, you might want the other one. So this was number 5. Number 4. Love this one too. This is one of my favorites for some reason. Number 4. Number 3. I think we're going to come out just right, guys. Phew! That's a prettier bow. Number 3. Number 2. Did I count wrong? I still have 2 more left. Number 2. Oh, I still have 2 cards left, so I did count wrong somewhere along the line. Oh well, performance pressure and I blew it. This is going to be number 1 and number 1 again. Number 1.
A little high. Drop. Thank you. Perfect.
And number 1 again. Our blue. Woohoo! 1A and 1B, exactly. Exactly. I like the way you guys think. We did it. 16 cards. How many hours? 5 plus hours. But we did it, guys. 5.5 hours. We did it. Yay, us! You guys want to be reminded about what's coming up ever so quickly? We'll do it ever so quickly. John Next Door is coming up next week. Get your kits now. You buy them now, we'll ship them on Monday. Okay, crafting class. This is the crafting class cards. Let's see, that's stamping, 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 stamping. Yes, they got more. Okay, here we go. Card 1. This is coming up for the craft class. This is next Saturday. This is coming up next Saturday. We have this beautiful new ribbon I'm going to send you some pieces of for these cards. You'll get white satin, and then you're going to get 2 bows out of this beautiful blue and brown trim that I thought went great with these cards. And this one, which is much bigger than what we usually make, but it was fun and interesting to do. So I actually made 2 exceptions to my no big cards rule, and we're doing 2 big cards on Saturday, but I think you'll really enjoy them. They're great fun. So that's next Saturday. On Thursday, coming up, I should have done these in the other order, but on Thursday, we are doing our stamping class. We're going to do some working with the embossing folder, and we're going to run our paper through the embossing folder. We're going to do one where we've pre-colored the background, and then we're going to do some work where we are just touching the top of the embossing folder with our inks. So you're going to have a choice between doing these 2.
Can't see the second one.
Sorry.
Thank you.
We're stamping right on the label in this one. In case you can't read it, it says autumn is a second spring when every leaf is a flower. This is beautiful. In person, you're going to love this one. This one looks a little busy on camera, but I assure you when you can see the sparkle in person, it really works. This one is embossing on cardstock. It says many happy returns in our box. And we are coloring our frame with our inks. We're embossing into the center, and we're using our die cuts over kind of a viney background. You can tone this one down a little bit if you think it's too bright. And we have this one where we're stamping on vellum. The vellum will be included in your kit. This will give you all kinds of ideas about what you can do with vellum in terms of making holders for like those little battery-powered candles and things. This vellum is just a spectacular material, but we're actually stamping in metallic ink and metallic gold metallic embossing powder. That's what I was trying to say. We're using gold metallic embossing powder on white vellum, and we're making this easel card. And then this is our inspiration piece. We may or may not have time to actually do this one in class, but I wanted to use the sunflowers in some way. So I stamped, colored, cut out my sunflowers, and just layered up a couple of our frames so you could see it, because it was fun. So that is our classes for next week. If you haven't gotten your kits yet, let's get those so that I can get them out to you. You will need to purchase, if you want to work along, you'll need to purchase one or both of these, whichever class you want to go to, plus the John Next Door magazine is also in the live stream class. We need that because that's where we're getting our cutting die, our stamps, our embossing folder is all in that kit, as well as the paper. Actually, the background papers we're using in this are right out of the kit. So anyway, that's it. I don't know about you guys, but I'm actually a little tired at this point. So I think I'm going to say good night, Gracie. Thank you all for being here and for playing with me all day long. You guys were in it for the long haul. I can't believe how many of you stayed clear to the end. So bless you. Thank you for being here, and we will see you on Thursday. Get those kits purchased. If you haven't already done the thumbs up, please give me the thumbs up. Okay? Thank you. Good night, guys. Good night. Good night, Annette. Good night, Brenda. Good night, John Boy. Good night, Mary.